Hello everyone, how's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're all doing well. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, whatever time it is where you are. We are here for a fun little one-shot today that has been created and DM'd by our very own amazing Dodie, aka Critical Mitts. Take it away, Mitts!
That's me!
Is that you?
Okay, so this one shot is called The Lost Companion, and essentially this is not just an introduction for the audience, but it's also going to be an introduction for you guys playing the game. You are wandering through a forest, fairly sparse where you are at this point. There's a nice sort of soft dirt road that leads from the previous town to the next town over. And as you're walking through, you see a piece of paper that has been sort of like thumbtacked with a bit of a branch to a tree with a bit of sap to try and hold it on there. And I'm going to show you the thing that is on the tree.
Ooh.
That's a lot of gold.
Damn, that's a lot of gold. Reward for returning unharmed. Wait, people would return it harmed?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what if I decide to return it harmed?
You'd be a sick bastard and I'd have complaints.
I think
is
the
a
ranger's
wolf.
gonna harm you.
So, we could still fight
Hey,
it.
hang on, no, everyone jumping to conclusions here. What if I found it harmed and don't have a way to make it unharmed?
Okay, well then, that makes more sense, but...
No, you all just assumed because of a kobold.
I didn't assume because of the kobold, I assumed more because of Fireball.
I didn't
Should
even
I
know
have
you were a kobold.
fireball?
I didn't even know you were a kobold. But yes, this is a piece of the paper that you find on a tree, and you do notice that this thing has got slight smears of blood and sap kind of all over it.
Should we also introduce the characters we're playing?
That is a good point. As you're making your way down the road, what do each other of you see?
Huh? What do we see?
What do you look like as you walk down the road?
I think I see a poster on the tree.
What are your companions look like that are walking beside you?
You go first, Yodel. You got this.
I said and then immediately blanked for sure. Okay.
I mean, you said first, so.
Is that like taking the step forward?
You're it. Yep.
Alright. Walking probably nestled amongst the two, if possible, is a relatively medium height, probably about 5'7", young Eladrin. She has a greenish hue to her hair, probably closer to an emerald. And she definitely has an air of aristocracy about her, but also kind of almost a bemusement. She looks like she's a little bit not quite where she's comfortable, and so she's positioned herself directly between the two others, always having kind of a weary outlook on the outside. And yeah, longbow strapped over her shoulders. Seems relatively shyish in nature. Take it away.
And standing next to her is...
That would be me. I'm the one mostly in front. I'm a 6 foot tall half-orc, but I'm covering my face. Dark skin, dark eyes, and grayish skin. With 2 long swords on his hilt. By the left side. Yeah,
Cool.
that's it.
They're both on the same side?
Yeah, on the same side.
Okay.
I did forget she smells faintly of vanilla permanently.
Oh. That's okay, never mind.
Somewhere on the opposite side, completely failing to provide any sort of cover, is a 2'4" kobold with a very large wizard hat that probably makes up to like 3 foot tall.
Oh, it's adorable.
As you walk through the sort of sparse area of the forest, it slowly gets a little more dense, and you feel the crunch of leaves underneath your feet, and the kind of damp earth smell as you move further into the forest. and your wizard hat does get like caught on a vine here or there that is creeping out, and you've got to like jump up to grab it from the vine and pull it back down onto your head. You move through, and you notice the forest getting slightly darker as you move through, as though the canopy above you is getting thicker and thicker, and there's less sunlight kind of shining its way through. And although it is only midday, it feels as though it is drifting off into the evening. And you hear a slight howl in the distance. Howl. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna ask my ranger friend here if she thinks it's the close one, the howling.
Question on that. No, okay, I didn't
Yeah.
take that spell. Never mind. I was misconstruing my spells. If it's a wolf sounding, does it sound howling? Does it sound wolf-like?
Sounds fairly wolf-like, yes.
Okay. Does it sound near or far? Like, do I have an equative distance?
It sounds fairly far away, but if you want to give me a survival check, I can tell you just how far it is.
Why do I roll well on one-shots?
Big. Okay, so this will take you some time to find. It's not going to be, it's that direction immediately within the next, 5-minute walk. It's coming from relatively the north, but it might take a little bit of time, and you certainly hope they howl again before you get too far of a distance so you don't throw yourself off. But you've got a pretty good bearing.
Do I see anything in the woods as a way of, like, evidence of passage, like broken branches, footprints, blood even, fur locked in, like, some branches, anything?
Roll me a perception check.
Okay.
She's good.
Okay, so you do notice that off the path of the forest that you're peering into, the vines seem to be thick and gnarled, and it doesn't look as though anything had moved through here recently. But you notice just where the path verges off into the wood, there are a couple of broken branches here with small patches of fur and blood on them.
Okay. So I could surmise that the animal sounds like it's a northward direction in the woods.
Yes.
Okay. Well, what's everyone's name? What was your name again?
Oh,
Ada?
wait.
Ozu, Waga. I think our destination lies in the wood, roughly a northern direction, if I'm correct, but I have a pretty good suspicion. It sounds like we might have a bit of travel for us ahead, though.
Okay, let's just... Thank you for giving me a direction. Just follow behind me. I will lead the way.
Even though
Stay close.
Ozu's quite small, Desiree still looks like she's trying to somehow hide behind him.
He's absolutely going to try and climb on the back of the big boy.
I mean, I'll let you if you can't stay on top of me.
He weighs 28 pounds. I think you'll be right.
28?
Yeah,
That's so
Kobolds
fucking
weigh
light, dude.
fucking
Holy
nothing,
shit.
man.
Oh my
It's
god,
crazy.
I love it.
I
That's
can
insane.
easily.
Question.
Uh-huh.
So, I didn't pick. Damn it. What are the different terrain types? Let me look.
Like,
Forest.
mountain, forest,
Yep.
open plains,
So my
islands.
favorite terrain was forest, and my favorite enemy was beast.
Okay.
And so we can't get lost if we're here for over an hour, right? And difficult terrain's not difficult for us.
Yep.
Okay.
That's cool. That's really big.
And if I forage, do we have food? Do we need food? I didn't look.
Oh, we should be fine.
Your explorer pack that you start with should come with some rations.
Durations. Yeah.
You probably you just left the previous town, so I'm sure you stocked up, so you've probably got all of them. So you probably don't need food immediately unless you just want something to snack on or find
Okay.
something interesting in the forest. So.
Yeah. My next question. It says, while tracking other creatures, you also learn their exact number, their sizes, and how long ago they passed through that area.
Yep.
So if we keep following this trail for up to an hour, do you think the sound sounded at least an hour away? Do we have an equative time?
At least an hour away,
Okay,
yeah.
so we can assume that once we get a bit closer, I might have a bit of a better idea. Alrighty.
Yes.
Cool.
Awesome.
Onwards.
So the path that that leads through the forest, at least, is veering off to the east, and you, if you want to continue north towards the sound you heard, you're going to have to cut through the forest that has now grown thicker and more dangerous. Although, as a ranger, and your favorite terrain being forest, you have no trouble navigating yourself, at least. But you are having to stop and give pointers to Wagga and to Ozu. Although Ozu's kind of sitting on Wagga's shoulders at this point, I think, so it's not too big of a deal.
Is this
but
kind of like...
you are...
Sorry. A Legolas deal
Yeah,
where
yeah.
he's walking beside them?
Pretty much. Like, you're walking forward and they are sort of like following you, or like rather, I know Wagga wants to go first, so maybe you're like standing very close behind Wagga and sort of like pointing out to him from behind him, like, go this way. No, go under that branch. No, go over
Yeah.
Watch
here.
out for that vine.
Yes.
Like if I need to cut something, yeah.
I also have 2 short swords, so I can assist with hacking and slashing the vines and stuff if there are needed.
I got this.
Hal. Hardo Hal. What did you do?
What happened?
What did you do? Oh, you took the alert feat. All right.
Look at this modifier, man.
He has a plus 10 to initiative.
Wait,
I don't understand that. Is that like from... It's from Dex, obviously, and then it's from the alert feat, and then is it from something that kobolds get, I guess?
No, it's Chrono G Wizard.
Oh, okay, it's Wizard. Okay, yeah, I was like not sure.
yeah, that wizard. Oh,
Well,
zoom.
you're going first, dude. All right. So, as you guys are making your way through the forest, you do notice that as you're sort of hacking and slashing through vines, although it feels like you are making a good distance, the vines seem to get thicker and thicker, and I need Desrelin to roll me a survival check as you are navigating your way through the forest.
Dang it.
Okay, so you don't come across any trouble as you're making your way through, but although it's not considered difficult terrain, this terrain is inherently hard to move through.
Okay.
It's not it's not an open path. It is very much a blocked sort of vegetation that you are sort of carving your way through. But the reason you're doing that is because you don't want to lose the direction that you know this sound to have came from. You feel like if you were to sort of backtrack and take a longer route, maybe a simpler route, you wouldn't get lost necessarily, but you know it would take you a lot more time to get where you need to go.
And if there's any chance of it being wounded, we want to get there as soon as possible.
Yeah, that's.
Yes.
Can also help with like the harder branches and stuff that take a few extra slashes just by throwing acid over them.
Could I burn
Right.
them?
You
Do you want?
could, but as a ranger, you would know that maybe setting the forest on fire is
Yeah, that's
course of
why I chose acid splash instead of firebolt for this particular task.
I assumed, like, it's a vine, so they need quite a moist environment, so it would be pretty damp enough for it to not take light.
Hey, what? Roll me a nature check. So you're aware enough of the vegetation around this part of the forest that you're moving through that yes, you are correct in thinking that you could probably burn some of it out of the way, but there's always a slight chance that it could catch. And it's probably best not to risk that at this part of the forest, just because of how dense the vegetation is. If it caught, it could spread very quickly. If it was a little bit looser, perhaps, and it was a little bit more sparse, like back at the entrance to the forest or the entrance of the wood, then even if it did catch, you could probably put it out fairly quickly. But at this point, it makes more sense to just kind of hack and slash and make your way through, or, you know, maybe burn with a little bit of acid here and there. You are moving forward for the next half an hour or so, pretty unimpeded in terms of anything other than just vines, bushes, and brush getting in your way. Can you please make me another survival check?
It's getting worse.
So you
Use your
notice that as you're moving through this thicket, this vine, the vines are getting harder to cut through, as though they are anticipating you moving through the area.
Oh.
Now, you're not sure just how sentient the plants in this area are, but you're starting to get a hint that maybe they are trying to keep you back and on the path.
Oh, so like it's trying to push me.
It's trying to stop you from moving forward in a sense. Yeah.
This doesn't seem natural.
It definitely gives me the feeling we should be maybe not pressing it a bit.
But we have no choice. We have no other choice.
So you can, like I sort of mentioned before, you could take a wider path, but it would take you longer to get there. But that's entirely up to the ranger and what they decide to, what path they decide to lead you on, I suppose.
What?
We're already here, like 30 minutes into the pick.
Yeah, you're about. You could assume you're about halfway, probably.
We could press
Just
on,
keep
but
going.
stay wary.
Yeah. Just be alert. Alert.
Like just starting around his eyes around.
Yeah, we'll be fine.
Give me 1 second.
Wait, you on my character sheet?
Yeah, I was.
I was looking
Just
at my
check, I'm just
spells
checking.
and
I'm
it
just
just
checking
changed.
I'm checking everybody's passive perceptions. So.
Oh, I'm not good at that.
Yeah, same.
I was literally looking at it when it changed. It was.
Yeah, that happened.
Look, Ozu is paranoid, not perceptive.
There's a
Well,
difference, yeah.
Okay, so as you are moving through the wood for this last leg of the journey, are you just going straight? Are you trying to push through, or do you want to veer around, or what do you guys plan to do?
I would say push through.
Yeah, I agree with push through, but stay very cautious, like alert.
Okay. If everybody, if you're being alert, then and you're actively sort of looking around, I'll get everyone to make perception checks. Otherwise, I'll just use your passive perception. So, if you want to actively be looking around as you're moving through, then yeah, we'll go perception. Oh, nice.
Oh my lord.
That's
Let's
on
go.
brand.
Let's go.
I was average.
All right. Okay.
Holding on to his hat, leave him alone.
Okay. So
He's getting caught.
as you move through this area, you sort of are cutting through these vines, and they're thick now, and you're really having to kind of work to get through. And Wagga, you're both long swords are out. You're slashing through with both hands. You're trying to just make your way through, as Desrelin from behind is just like pointing directions, and you're just like hacking and slashing, and you start sweating in this forest as it's humid. And the heat is starting to build up. Meanwhile, Ozu is just like sitting on your shoulder as you're hacking and slashing, trying not to fall off. And as they get shuffled around a little bit, their hat kind of comes down and covers their eyes. But they're just hands are completely gripped onto the top of your head, trying not to fall off. And you move all of a sudden into a clearing.
Ooh. What
you
kind?
make
Like a plains or a circular, or is it like
It's a sort of circular clearing where there's this big sort of rock formation with some small shrubs on the top, and you notice as you get there that there are 3 large creatures.
Oh.
define. Wait, what do the large creatures look like?
Oh, you'll see.
Big Daddy.
I don't know if I like that answer.
As we move maps.
Uh-oh.
Three
Oh.
large brown bears.
Do they look docile? Do they look aggravated?
Brown bears are.
They are sniffing the air, and you see this close one look at you and let out a.
I wish to speak with the animals.
Okay, what do you want to say?
Hello, fellow animals.
I bow my head a little bit in respect and say, sorry to intrude. We are just traveling and passing through. We mean no harm.
You smell like food.
She kind of glances a bit to the other two. Do we have any spare food we can perhaps bribe it with?
Don't have rations.
Define the food you're smelling. Is it kind of bready in nature?
Meat.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, not bready in nature at all. Could we?
And it
crawls down
it-
the back.
It takes a step closer.
Could
Ever so
I,
slight.
good sir,
You see now the other two take a step closer as well, sort of.
convince
Very
you to
interesting.
let us innocent travelers pass on through? We have a friend and aid that we need to assist.
Are you relaying what it's saying to us, or are you just...
Oh yeah, no,
Yeah.
I am. But it's probably
Okay,
a little
if
bit
it-
delayed.
I know, but if it said it smells meat and then took a step forward, I probably would have shot a firebolt at the floor in front of it. And it started
Oh.
like, ah, ah!
Okay.
Make myself really big.
All right. You shot off a firebolt at it, or
No,
at
at
its
the
feet?
floor in front of it, like, you know.
It reels back and stands up on two legs, and now you see this thing is about 8 feet tall when it stands up straight.
Disrolin raises a hand
oh, yeah.
towards the bear and a hand towards Ozu and says, calm, calm. Sorry, there's been a bit of a misunderstanding. My friend was startled. He apologizes. Yes, I am speaking on his behalf. Could we convince you to let us through, good sir? Is there anything we can offer in trade?
Sir, what if it's a ma'am?
Uh... Uh...
It looks in your direction, and it just says, "One offering,
What?
anything but the little one."
Anything but the little one.
What?
Are you meaning one of us as an offering, or like we go get you a meaty offering from somewhere? Because I can find one, probably.
It licks its lips, and it kind of lets out a bit of a. And as it does, this one in the middle yells out towards it. It's like, "Why are you waiting? Feast!"
Oh, I don't think negotiations are working, boys. Ready arms.
Ready arms. I'm ready.
Jezreel, you notice that on these brown bears, there is some kind of dark blackish sort of ichor that is matted through their fur and kind of like it looks as though it's seeping off them in some way.
So wait, is it look like it's coming from a source, or is it just inherently on them? And also, apparently, we got sub goals, even though I didn't see it come through. What?
Yo, what up? Thanks for the sub goals, guys.
Big.
Yeah,
big.
thanks.
It looks as though they are. You can't quite tell. You'd probably have to get up closer to see if it was seeping out of them, but they are somewhat covered in it. Yes.
Okay.
Like oil?
It looks like. It doesn't look like oil. It looks like some kind of tarry sort of substance,
Oh.
like a tree sap maybe, or something thicker.
Are you and your friends ailed by something, perchance? Perhaps we can help you with whatever is causing this infection?
Yes, we are ailed. We are hungry. And then they charge towards you. Everybody roll initiative.
Yes, they are ailed indeed.
Well,
Oh, hold on. I gotta get rid of Ozu's 25 from before.
hello, Emperor. How are you?
That's alright. I'm sure you'll get better than that this time.
Look at my initiative.
We get an 11.
Oh, no. You roll a one.
Oh my lord.
Watch me get 11, he says. Rolls a freaking critical on his.
Yeah, that's an 11.
Holy
I am
Jesus.
screenshotting that one.
Oh, you got a 7, but you didn't click on your dude, so I will add your turn.
Oh, right. Sorry, it's been a while since I've had a character.
That's
and
okay.
I certainly don't play a captain correctly.
No, well, I mean, it's hard to run an encounter and have a DM PC in there that you're trying to, like, use as sort of a support at the same time, so don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Alright, Brown Bears.
Okay, not too bad.
Yeah, not too bad, I guess. Yep. Just spread out a little bit. I was going to try and do the, Okay, so I was going to try and do the DC 20 initiative thing where it's like, all of you roll, and I don't roll initiative. I just set a DC for the encounter, and if anybody beats it, you guys go first, and then we go back and forth between each team kind of thing. But then I realized, like, Ozu has a +10 to their initiative. You guys are always
Yeah.
going to go first.
Gonna win, yeah.
So, like, I'll just do it, like, normal.
Yeah, it's a good way
Wait,
to
are we
like
doing the
give
spell sync from the up?
I didn't think, I completely forgot about that when we did the one-shot the other day. We might try that on the next one, because otherwise I would have probably explained that before we
Are
started.
you sure?
so.
Because it's very simple to explain.
Okay.
and I
Okay.
really
Well,
have
if you want to,
explain.
before we start combat, we can figure it out and see if you guys want to do it. I mean, it's only going to affect you and Dejl at this point. So
Yeah, but that's still.
okay. So there's a system that I want to try out called like mana points or spell points instead of spell slots. Okay. So essentially, what you do is you calculate how many spell slots you have at which level. So if you've got 4 first level spell slots, that gives you 4 spell points. If you've got 2 second level spell slots, that's 2 times 2, which gives you another 4 spell points, right? So how many spell slots do you have? So you got 4 and 3, right?
My brain short-circuited. I've got 4 and 2. And then
4 and 2, okay.
The only reason I have 3 and technically 5 there and 3 on the cantrips
Oh,
is
that's
from...
spells known. That's that's different. That's okay.
Okay.
That's not
So
you
it's
don't have to
4
worry
and
about that.
2, yeah.
It's 4 and 2. So you have 8 spell points altogether, right?
I have 16.
How many spell
So
points
you've
do I
got-
need to cast a spell?
So what level is the spell? That's how many spell points you need.
Neat.
So like
Right.
if it's a 2, it's 2.
If it's a 2, it costs you 2 spell points. If it's a 1, it costs you 1. And then that way, essentially...
If you only have a second level spell slot back, you can cast a second level spell, or you can cast Cure Wounds twice at the first level.
Yeah. Because usually how spell slots work is, if you only had a second level spell slot left, but you wanted to cast a first level spell, you have to upcast it to second level, right? But with spell points, instead of having only a second level spell slot, technically you have either enough spell points to cast a second level spell or 2 first level spells, right? So it gives you more options to use your spells with, essentially, instead of like locking you out of certain kinds of spells or forcing you to spend higher level spell slots on low level spells even though you don't really want to, right?
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah. So
Okay.
that's
Yeah,
so yeah, so you've
go.
got you've got 8 spell points. So just on your core page, if you want, go back to your core character page, and then on the right-hand side, underneath your personality traits and stuff, there should be a like extra resources or other resources kind of section. If you want to press the plus button and add one in there, and then just call it spell points, and then go 8 of 8, like 8 max, 8 available or whatever. And then every time you cast a spell, just look at the spell's level or what level you want to cast it at, because you can still upcast things, right? And then just mark off how many spell points you
Okay.
have, and then you'll just get those back at the end of the long rest. So we'll try that out this one shot, see how it goes. It should be,
Yep.
I think it should be pretty good. because it just lets you cast more utility, essentially, which is
Yeah.
super good for wizards. But like, you know, we'll see how it goes.
It's also
Okay.
good for warlocks.
It is very good for warlocks. Warlocks technically, like, me and Hardo kind of talked about this a little bit. We're like, what do we do for warlocks? But because warlocks have only 2 spell slots, they're only ever getting 2 times whatever their spell slot level is. So they can essentially do the same thing, or they can just cast a bunch of weaker versions of spells.
Yeah,
so,
that's what I mean.
So it's
It's
kind of
better.
it is better in a sense, but
If you let them cast down, because warlocks naturally can only cast at the
I know, but I feel like it's not that necessary because warlocks also their spells known list is also a lot less than regular as well.
Yeah.
So like, I mean, it'll take some experimentation with the warlocks specifically, but the other spellcasting classes, it all works out pretty easily.
No, as a warlocks player, I think I like it.
Yeah, I mean, we can try it out when we do it on
Yeah,
one shot for sure.
Are the
All
brown
right,
bears
so
large?
initiative time. It is also the 10. Here's a firebolting. Which one?
Go
Okay,
get him,
the
champ.
closest one. All right, a 20 definitely hits, and 8 fire damage as you. What do you mean? Oh, that's pretty good, dude.
I mean, it's a 2d10.
8 on 2d10. That's almost average.
Sorry,
right?
ignore
It's
that. I
an
accidentally
average.
clicked something.
That's okay. Oh,
What? Both
you
of
refreshed? No, you died.
Oh, goodbye.
He's gonna move.
Bye.
Is he gonna move? No, he's not gonna move.
Bye, Death Roland.
Okay, so he took the 8 fire damage as your firebolt. What does your firebolt look like as you kind of coalesce it and fling it from your wrist?
He kind of like reaches into his component pouch and like grabs something and mashes his hands together, and then like looks like he's just hurling something, and the fireball comes.
You mean
It's
like
not-
throwing up?
No, like hurling as in throwing something. What?
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like.
Throwing up.
No, that's acid splash.
Oh, okay.
It truly
Nice,
is.
dude. Nice.
I don't even think Firebolt has a material component. It doesn't. He's just and throws his hand forward and
Ooh, I love his voice already. Okay. Throws his hand forward. As the firebolt splashes into this brown bear, it reels back up and it lets out a big roar. Now I think
and points down at the big man.
I think you still roll me a deception check. You still have speak with animals up for 10 minutes. It's not concentration, so you can just understand them as they're like cursing.
Is he just swearing?
Okay, it definitely wait.
So is it just like swearing
Easy.
bits?
It's not swearing right now, but you can definitely hear it as it curses out in a sense when it gets hit with a fireball. It's like, oh, fire!
He's gonna scurry down and hide behind the big boy.
Okay, it like the fire must have splashed on its face somewhere to block its senses because even with advantage, it didn't manage to tell where it was. Actually, I guess it's a tie, but it didn't manage to tell where the firebolt had came from. You had sneakily kind of flung this thing out towards it. All right,
So it
that
thinks I throw it.
It currently isn't sure.
Okay.
It's not quite sure, but it's going to rush towards you all anyway. Ozu, would you like to move, or do you have a bonus action that you want to do?
No, I think I'm good here.
All right, okay. It is the big boy in the middle's turn. You hear him yell well, Desrelin's the only one that understands it, but you hear him yell as he runs towards you like, feasting time.
Oh, that doesn't sound good.
Oh, perfect. 30 feet. Nice. All right. Brown bear is going to lash out with its claws towards Waga.
You can try. It's
Horribly missing as you sort of dodge and duck out of the way. And then it is going to try and bite you as it sniffs right into your face. You feel its breath as it chomps towards you.
It's still a miss.
And you reel back, and your longsword kind of bats its snout away, and it looks towards you with a.
You need to brush your teeth, mister.
The second brown bear that has been scorched with a firebolt runs up towards you all and gets right into melee, and it sniffs around in the air and it looks at the little kobold, and it just says, "Smell like flame."
Oh no.
And it's going to slash out with its claw towards Ozu. Oh my lord!
Oh, that's not going to help. I shouldn't have pressed that. I just saw it was higher than my thing.
Can you press it afterwards anyway, or can you wait?
When you were hit by an attack.
Yeah, so you
I
would have
shouldn't
been hit.
pressed it 'cause that wouldn't have helped me anyway.
Yeah, that's fine. You can keep the spell point hit. That's no worries.
I'm dead already.
It's
Do you have a second character ready?
I would actually be hysterical if I ended up killing another Hardo wizard.
Oh wow.
Another.
Take 9 slashing damage as the claws
said
swipe
another.
into your cloth. And then as you kind of get battered to the side, it attempts to just chomp into you.
Oh my
Oh,
lord.
I actually
Rolling
die.
so
This
fucking
could
hot.
actually kill me.
Holy shit.
Oh my.
How much HP do you even have?
10 piercing damage as it
I'm on
chomps into
4!
your form. It is Dejvalin's turn. What would you like to do? You see your small kobold friend, companion, just be swiped and chomped into
Getting
almost
mauled.
immediately.
Is panic a
Getting
legitimate
mauled.
option?
I mean, yes, but maybe you should panic in the form of attacking it
Oh,
somehow.
huh.
That's panic, yep.
I don't have anything that could help with your health situation, unfortunately. I can cordon arrows. And choose my friends to be safe, I believe it says.
Okay, put the ability in the chat so I can see it, and then we'll figure out what it does.
I'm not 100% sure if that's something I want to do, but...
No, I mean, you know, that's okay. Cordon of arrows. Okay.
Oh.
So, but like, make us immune so that if they're in our area, they get pelted. It only does 4, but...
Oh. Okay, I see.
Yeah. So yeah, I thought that might help incentivize it to, without a better word, piss the fuck off.
Oh, it's a volley.
Okay, so it's within 5 feet, so you kind of put them around someone, or put them around, like, near yourself, I guess, right?
Yes, I was going to put them more so around Ozu.
Okay. And whenever a creature other than you comes within 30 feet of the ammunition for the first time on a turn, or ends its turn there, one piece of ammunition flies up to strike it, and it has to succeed on the dex save or take d6 piercing. A piece of ammunition is then destroyed.
And this is when you cast a spell, you can designate any creatures you choose and the spell ignores them.
Got you. Okay, cool. That's awesome. All right, so you want to put them kind of in front of Ozu.
Yeah.
And then that way, at the start of the brown bear's next turn, it'll take a volley kind of thing.
Yeah, and that's my action. Let me see if I have a
Got
bonus.
you.
I don't think I have a bonus action, honestly.
That is a 2nd level spell, so it's going to take up 2 of your spell points.
I do, but wait, no, that won't. No, I don't have anything else I can do, so I will just be, is there, no, there's nothing I can do to help.
You still have movement if you want to move around. It is likely that if you move away, you'll probably provoke an attack of opportunity, but, you know, it gives you distance. It gives you a lot of other advantages, probably, so it might be worth it. It's up to you.
If I leave, though, at least while I'm here, I can offer as a second meat shield for Ozu, whereas if I move, other than the pelting, there's no incentive for it to leave him alone, so I'm going to stay where I am.
Okay, sounds good.
And that is my turn.
Alrighty, that moves us into Waga's turn. What do we see,
Yeah.
Waga?
I need to get this bear's attention. So I'm gonna
Let's
cast
go, dude.
Fighting Spirit. Give myself 5 temp hit points. And advantage on all my attack rolls for this turn. And attack the one that's attacked my friend here.
Got you. Alright, go for it. Holy.
Oh no, that was close.
Alright. Roll your damage, dude. Holy shit.
5 damage.
5 slashing, nice.
And then
That's
extra attack.
unfortunate.
Extra attack.
Yes, let's go.
Oh, there we
There
go.
it is.
Let's fucking go. Can we get some hype in the chat for the crit, please?
Heals you.
Oh my god, dude.
Max roll damage. Wait,
Holy
hang on.
shit.
I critted. I'm a half orc.
Oh, yes, brutal critical. You get to roll an extra d8 on your longsword. No, you're using a two-hand. It's an extra d10 on your longsword. Another 6! You actually won't believe it, but that is exactly how many hit points this bear had left.
I got you,
Got
fam.
him in one turn. Amazing, dude. How do you carve through this thing?
Top to bottom.
Ay, ay, ay. Okay. So as you kind of slice through this bear, your longswords just pierce through it, slashing down its backside, and you see huge chunks of flesh just carve off. And you do indeed see that this blackish ichor is oozing out from inside of the bear. It's got wounds on its side now that you notice as you carve through. They look like bites.
Oh.
Like animal bites, like something has attacked this thing.
From the
and
inside.
not from the inside, from the outside, but it's just
okay.
its fur had been matted and kind of like all kind of caught in a big, gooey tuft. And this blackish ichor had kind of been pouring out from it. And as you carve down the spine of this thing, it hits the ground and lets out a final like as it hits the ground.
No, too bad. And I roar a challenging shout to the other two.
Oh shit.
That's my turn.
Nice, dude.
Oh yeah, I forgot to say that my
wait.
season was spring, by the way.
Oh yes, okay, cool. Alright, nice.
And with that, I realized the bonus section I could have done, and I'm upset with myself.
That's okay, don't worry. It happens.
Oh, the teleport friend?
Yeah, I was like, I could have teleported Ozu away
Excellent.
Okay, alright, well, it's the other
Up
one's
to
turn
30
now,
feet.
don't worry.
for a willing creature.
It's very far away, so it is going to actually take a couple turns to get to you guys. Well, it can sprint, I guess. That's about all it's going to be able to do. Actually, it's got 40 foot of movement. Okay, so it might actually just be able to get to you, but
Why
that'll
does
probably
that
be
one have 40 foot, but the others had 30?
They all do. They all do. I just
Oh.
didn't realize they had 40. Yeah. So as large as this map is, we've been cornered into the very bottom of it. So it moves up there, and as it does, I'm pretty sure. Shit. Fuck. Shit. Hold on. I'm holding down control and I'm scrolling, and my mouse, and it's immediately zooming in my screen because I've got to hold down control for push to talk. Okay, so cordon of arrows I think goes off because it moved within 30 feet of the ammunition.
Yes, it does.
On the first time on its turn. So please roll me a d6. Oh yeah, please roll me. Actually, I'll roll a dex save first, I guess.
Okay.
Oh, I probably dodged. Does it take half? Anything? No. Okay, I don't think it doesn't take anything. But one of your pieces of ammunition. Does the ammunition get used up in that sense?
It
I
does.
guess
So
then
it has
probably would,
4
right?
shots. So there's only 3 left.
Okay, there's 3 left. All right, cool. All right.
I like
so
the visualization of it as Desrilyn basically just shoves a little spiked arrow wall in front of Ozu, and one just lifts up and goes pew at the bear.
Yeah, I really like that spell, and I've never seen it before.
I was stoked when I found it. I was like, hell yeah.
That's really fucking
thinking
good.
about using it, but like a d6 for
It doesn't seem like a lot, but like maybe if you upcast it, it might be really worth it.
And also, it's just like a little bit of map control, I figured. I went for a
'Cause you
mixture
can
of
just-
damage and utility.
The problem is the upcast is you get more
Yeah,
arrows. You don't
Yeah.
get more damage.
Oh,
but
that's
the thing is,
right.
but it's within 30 feet though, dude.
yes, but when they move within 30 feet, not when they like.
Yeah. No, I
When
think
they're
I don't think that means like when they come in within 30 feet. I think it just means within a 30-foot area if they move at all. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
Right? Because I think if you think about it that way,
It
it's
doesn't say
better.
moved into the area; it just comes.
No.
in. Like,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
they're already
So,
there.
like, if they're already there and they move around within that area, it then like launches up into the air and then shoots down at them. I think that's how it works, and that's how I would imagine it to work. Because otherwise, it's kind of a bit poo.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
I mean it's not
There's the info.
exactly above with. make some really bad spells.
Yeah, well, that's true too. I mean, we can always rearrange that spell. Let's.
Whenever a creature other than you comes within 30 feet of the ammunition for the first time on their turn or ends it there.
Oh, ends its turn. Okay,
Yeah,
great.
so when they're within 30 feet and they end their turn there, they still take the thing, which actually means this other one that ended its turn there probably should have.
Yep.
No, you did it. No, that's he's at the top of the round, so he'll be. Yeah, you did it after. Okay. By the way, it is Ozu's turn. What would you like to do?
But, I mean, what?
There's two things I want to do,
Yep.
but one of them takes priority over the other one. He's gonna run over here, digging through his component pouch. He's going to pull out. Oh, it doesn't even take a component. Hell yeah, he's just gonna start screaming as his feet catches on fire.
Okay.
And he gets an extra 20 feet of movement, so he's got. Move 10. He's got 40 feet left.
Where is that spell for? Is that in?
Fizban's Treasury of Dragons.
Cjbeards. Okay, no wonder I haven't seen that name before.
There he goes, 40 feet. He doesn't provoke attack of opportunity, and each creature he runs within 5 feet of takes a d6 fire damage.
Oh my lord!
Does
don't
that
savor
include
anything.
me?
No,
Uh,
I move 10 feet away from you before you cast it.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate your
he's smart.
consideration.
He's a smart kobold. All right, they take 1 damage.
Yeah, and then he's going to Acid Splash because it's a bonus action.
Nice. Let's go.
So it'll bounce off both.
Hopefully they're still looking at me.
Okay, they both fail.
7 acid each.
Okay, so as you kind of leave this blazing trail behind you, and it catches onto their fur, and you turn around and swiftly splash out acid towards the both of them, it kind of hits their fur and sizzles through some of this black tar, and you see the smoke rise up, and it smells horrendous. It is pungent and disgusting, and it's almost like, I mean, it's very sulfury in a sense, where it smells like that eggy sort of farty smell. It's very, 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 very bad. All right, Ozu's turn. Amazing. It is the bear's turn. One of them looks towards Wagga, and you hear it kind of growl in a low voice. Desrelin, you understand, as it says, "Revenge."
That doesn't sound
It's
good.
gonna slash out a claw towards Wagga.
It can try.
And as it does, again, you bring up your long swords and just kind of like bat it away with the side of the blade, and its snout snaps out towards you quickly
That's a hit.
as it finds purchase on your arm, and it almost chomps through the entirety of your arm, almost breaking the bones of your arm. As you take 12 piercing damage.
Yeah. Reduce
Yeah.
3. Because
Reduced by 3, yes. Yes,
Yeah.
because you got heavy armor master. Yeah, shit yeah, dude. Alright, so you take 9 piercing damage as it chomps down on your arm.
So that's 4 damage because I have 10 hit points.
Nice. Yes, yeah, holy shit. Okay, tanky McTank over here. Alright. Now the second brown bear, it sees Ozu run away in a blaze of glory, quite literally. And it sees Desrelin standing there, and as it does, it kind of sniffs the air a little bit and just says, and it looks towards Desrelin and just says, "Sweet meat."
She just
And it moves-
visibly
it moves-
pales a little bit.
It moves ever so slightly closer, and it's going to attempt to slash out at you with its claw.
Yay. Oh my god! I feel bullied.
Oh my lord. Good night.
It does 16 slashing damage as you feel this claw just hit you in the chest and drag across the front of you. And these piercing claws slice through the front of your armor. And you just feel this pain singe into your skin.
What was the total again?
16.
Oh.
Then as you are sort of disoriented with this big, beefy bear claw that just slaps into your chest.
You know, the
Oh my
What the fuck is that, man?
Good
Why
night.
do you hate me?
Look, I'm rolling hot as fuck, alright?
I feel so attacked right now.
Oh, 11.
As it
Whoa.
pushes you back with this big beefy claw, it comes down around your waist and just bites into your side. Almost, you feel a bone, you feel a tooth hit your hip bone as it pierces through you. And it just yanks back and you feel yourself get pulled to the side and almost a small amount of flesh just gets torn off your side. And it just like, it throws its head back and kind of swallows and it just says, sweet.
She's even paler now. Shaking a little bit and really does not look good. Paling very quickly. And a little bit disoriented in the eyes.
It is your turn, Devlin. What would you like to do?
Panic.
Yes, that's a good response.
Arrows. Ended its turn.
Yes, it did. Yes, please roll me. Oh,
Both of them did. Both of them need to roll dex.
I'm pretty sure a 12 is a fail. The other one is a little bit further away, I think. I don't think. Oh no, it's
Within 30 feet.
Within 30 feet, it ends its turn. Yeah. It's
So
not
the
within
one in
5
front of me
feet.
takes 2 piercing.
Okay, cool. The other one fails as well.
I think that's the last of the arrows, though.
No, I think there's one more.
No, that
Isn't it?
no, yeah, because the first one missed. So yeah, there's 1. So that's 4
Yeah, I
on
think
the
there's
second.
one more. Okay, so the front one, the front brown bear, it takes 2 piercing, as it doesn't. Whoop! Shit! What did I just do?
Ugh.
Happened.
Sorry. It takes 2 piercing, and then the one at the back takes 4. Was it?
All right.
What do your arrows look like as they kind of fly out of the ground around you and start to like pierce into these bears?
Well, they almost have like essences of like vines wrapping around the shaft. The arrowhead itself looks like almost see-through kind of stone head, as if it's been made by something other than stone. As they fly, there's almost a very soft whistling, almost like a bird as it like goes through. And
Nice.
Yeah. And for this, I'm going to. I had an idea and then I promptly lost it. Oh, that's right. I'm going to look at the one in front of me. Panic a little bit more. That's my first action.
Okay, frostbite. That definitely hits.
Dang it.
5 cold damage and.
Because that should be
what
a
is the con-
The con
2d6.
save is against slowing.
That should be a 2d6 at my level, I think.
That is.
Yeah, I
2d6
think it is. Yeah,
for
you
one.
just rolled unfortunately badly.
Con save is for at disadvantage on
Yeah.
attacks.
Okay, so it. Disadvantage on the next weapon attack. It rolls before the end of its turn. Okay, cool.
And then, for my bonus action...
He's very constitutionally aware.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Frost doesn't appear to affect his thick hide, although the frost damage still does affect it.
That's my bonus action.
Ensnaring strike. Okay, so this is concentration. Next time you hit with a weapon attack before the spell ends, by the method, but strength saving throw will be restrained by the vines. Okay, larger creature has advantage on saving throws, so these will have advantage because they are large.
Dang it.
Season save, the vines shrivel away. While restrained, spell, it takes 1d6 piercing damage at the start of each of his turns. Restrained by the vines.
Wait, can I take that back?
Touch creature
Just
can
really
use
quick,
action
can I
to make strength
change what
saving
my-
on its success. It's free.
Can I take
Okay,
that
cool.
back?
Alright.
Just so you know, that's basically a smite. You have to hit it with a weapon attack
Just-
for it to actually take effect.
Could I actually take that change
Yeah,
my bonus action?
take it back and use it next turn when you plan to use a weapon. I think
Yeah,
it would
I
be
was
a better
gonna say
plan.
my actual bonus action I want to use is Phase Step.
Yep. Okay, yep. That makes more sense.
Yeah,
Yep,
yeah,
go
I
for it.
realized I could teleport myself and I went, you know what, I want to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, you remembered after your last turn, you immediately forgot on this turn.
Alright, so I'm gonna do that, and you kind of just see her kind of grasp her side with one hand, crouch down a little bit, And then as she would look like she's going to spring up, it's almost like a crescendo of the leaves puff into the air instead, and she travels... Where's 30 feet? 1 second.
Ooh, I like the idea too of like as you're doing this, the bear is kind of like sniffing out and almost about to snap its jaws in your direction as it kind of just catches a bunch of leaves in its mouth.
Yeah, could I land on top of that rock thingy there if it's 30 feet?
Yeah, totally. Yep. Yeah, the rock surface in that area isn't very high. It's only a couple of feet high. You can easily step up on it.
Yeah, and so you just see the leaves over there, and then Ozu just sees what would normally be quite a graceful landing is basically just her smacking down on the ground amongst the branches, just like, ugh, as she struggles, like, on her, back to her feet.
Okay. Nice. All right. Sweet. Okay. Do you still have all your movement? Do you want to move anywhere?
Oh, shit. Yeah.
Yeah. You've
buddy.
done your bonus action. I mean, you can move even further than that. That's only like 15 feet.
Okay, now I'm good.
Yep. Okay, cool. All right. Waga, it is your turn. What would you like to do?
Okay, first thing, I'm gonna move here.
Ooh, nice. Okay.
You fucker.
Why? Why is he a fucker?
Probably
I mean,
had a
it's still
spell lined up.
No, I had
shoot it
I
to
had
the other side.
something lined up.
You
No,
can just do it over this side, dude.
no, I can't because it takes more movement.
Oh, oh no, not like you're using your movement for something else. All right, Waga, what
Nah,
are you
it's
doing?
fine.
I
It's fine.
actually am using my movement for damage, you fucker.
Oh, true. But yeah, you don't have to do that. I'm gonna hit the one on my right.
Okay.
The one closest to.
All right, this big one.
Yep.
Got you. Go for it, dude.
Oh my
I'm critting!
What?
Everybody's critting
What?
tonight. This is amazing.
I'm not
Slap.
critting tonight.
Go.
What are you
You
talking
got-
about?
Well, you're getting crit.
What is
On
that?
the same damage!
And you crit again, so please roll me another d10. Yes, 25. Okay.
Oh.
so-
Did you
it's
say they
not
had 9?
exactly. You overkilled this one.
Just a bit.
A lunge to the heart.
Waga is just plunged through the heart, straight through the
Yeah.
heart.
Mhm.
Oh my lord. Okay, so as you
Right,
kind
end
of push your blade up into this bear, as it kind of reels back, and you see it kind of attempt to stand on its hind legs and intimidate you by getting larger than you, you just push your longsword straight up through its ribcage and into its heart. And as you pull it back out, you see your longsword is covered in this sort of darker than normal reddish blackish blood.
Yeah, when you
And the bear staggers and slumps, and it falls backwards in its space on its back. And as it hits, you just hear this loud crack as its head slaps back onto a stone behind where it was standing. Loud thud.
Now you're the last one, and I have a second attack.
Go for it.
I'm translating that, by the way, to the bear while he says it.
Aw. No advantage this time.
No advantage, unfortunately. But as you kind of swirl around in your space to try and slash out your longsword towards the second bear, it is more than aware of you, as it is a mouthful of leaves, and it kind of like coughs them out in your direction, and then it kind of tips you off balance a little bit as you attempt to slash towards it. All right. You still have a lot of movement or bonus action. Is there anything you want to do?
I'm gonna stay here.
All right. No worries. It is the brown bear's turn, and with the closest target being Waga, it is going to attempt to claw out towards it.
Right. That's a hit.
Oh,
That's almost a crit.
It is almost, yeah. It slaps its large claw into the side of you for 5 slashing damage. That's fucking horrible, dude. Okay. He's got frickin' heavy armor mastery where he just gets to take less damage because he wants to.
Yeah, I can link it again. Hang on.
No, it's fine. I got you.
No, it's for Yordle.
Okay.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah. So as this heavy bear claw just slaps into the side of you, and you barely even flinch, it just looks towards you and it says, "Tough one, even more delicious and meaty." And it's going to try and chomp down directly on your head.
Not the head.
But you duck out of the way as its huge maw just kind of makes that large snapping sound right next to your ear. And that is the end of its turn. Ozu, what do you want to do?
in a blinding flash of red hot movement because he's still got the spell concentrated on.
Go for it.
25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. And on the way through, he's going to hold his hand out to the side and run it through the fur really quickly and build up static electricity and cast shocking grasp on it.
That's fucking sick. Nice, dude. All right.
So a d6 fire. From
Oh my. Okay.
It's a max roll.
And because I'm a kobold,
Uh huh.
I get advantage
Yeah.
on attack rolls.
Yeah. Go for it. Fuck. Yes. Okay, you didn't need it, but all right.
Are you screaming while you're doing
Oh
that?
yeah, he's just screaming the whole time.
Okay, so I love that turn so much that this thing is just gonna straight up die, even though it had like 2 hit points left. Because I couldn't be bothered dealing with 2 hit points. So like you zoom past it, and your hot feet catch it on fire, and you rub your hands through its fur, like you said, and you just as you kind of like you just give it the boop on the nose, and the static just shocks through its system. You see all of its fur on the back of this bear just spike up instantly, and as it does, it just goes, and it just lets out a puff of smoke out of its mouth as it hits the ground, collapses on the floor.
That was fucking great.
That was amazing, dude. Actually, that was so good.
Amazing.
Very descriptive. I like it a lot.
Okay. Everyone, come here.
Okay, what would you like to do? You have successfully defeated the
He's
bears.
going to stand exactly 10 feet away so he doesn't burn you.
You can turn it off, right?
Yes. He can, but he's not going
He
to.
ain't gotta. He's still paranoid as fuck. There's another bear somewhere.
What's wrong with this bears?
Yes, Wagga, exactly. They... Ozu's a fucking Halo
Yep.
grunt.
Yep. It's canon now.
Perfect. That's actually perfect.
Can you tell us what's wrong with them? Just
I can definitely take a look. She walks over. There's
I
a
can medicine check.
Yeah, you can roll medicine. Desmond, if you want to roll nature or medicine. And Wagga, if you've got anything that you want to contribute, you can help someone, maybe give them advantage somehow. Okay, so judging from
Right?
judging from your medicine checks, these are your favorite enemies. They are beasts, so you do have advantage on this.
Oh,
So judging from the medicine checks on these, you do see that the wounds that killed them, or the wounds that killed them were obviously you guys, the wounds that infected them somehow were made by an unnatural creature.
so it's not like
Not a beat.
a tooth or a bite I can recognize.
This is, well, roll me a nature check and I'll see if you can recognize it.
I try like Arcana or Religion if it's like something magical.
Roll
or
me
dead.
roll me a religion check. Okay, so Desrelin, you're struggling a little bit to figure out what creature did this. Until Ozu steps in and he says, "This looks more magical." And when he does that, it clicks for both of you, and you look towards each other, and you immediately just say, I was hoping you guys would like just say something and it would be funny. But
Well, I'm panicked.
both look at each other and immediately just say, "Werewolf."
Ow!
Oh, can it bite me? I mean, what?
That's kinky.
werewolf.
You see these bite marks that have infested the sides of these bears, and you see this lycanthropy that has not been able to take hold because these creatures aren't humanoid; they're beasts, and it's trying to manifest and twist their form even more sinister. Their bestial form had just only recently started to kind of coalesce in a sense, and their their blood had started to coagulate into this black, ickish tar, and it hadn't quite taken hold of them, but you do get a sense that, Desiree, especially for you, usually offering beasts some kind of food and the ability to not have to actually, be aggressive for any kind of food usually works very well. But for them, they were overly aggressive, almost as though they craved flesh rather than food for sustenance itself.
More like a drive.
More like a primal drive, yeah. More than like an instinct.
My next question: does any one of us know any medical?
Yes.
Not me.
If you mean
I am
like,
so sorry.
healing medical, no. Well,
Oh.
technically no.
Technically, no.
But I mean, these things would have eaten everything, even remotely threatening in the nearby area, so it could probably take an hour to sit down.
Yeah. You guys
Before we
wanna...
do that, are you going to
let's-
skin
let's-
these, or like, I'm guessing the meat's fucking ruined.
Oh, the meat is probably. I'm assuming I could roll something if you want. I'm going to assume it's inedible because it's
I'm
infected
asking
with
if
going
lycanthropy.
to. I mean, are you going to like skin them for the pelts or anything? Because if you're not, I'm going to burn the bodies while I still have this up.
I don't know, because you say this black tar, does it look like I could even get anywhere close to removing it from the pelts?
You could remove the tar from the pelts. You do get a good sense that the meat is completely spoiled and would not be a good idea to eat. The pelts themselves you could try and salvage, but the unfortunate part is one of them is probably completely destroyed due to Waga's sort of slashing and carving. The
Yeah.
other two might be okay, but you'd get kind of like half of the pelt essentially, rather than all of it, simply because of the amount of ick and stuff that was attached to it. So yeah.
I don't think I want to play with that, so feel free to burn them.
I love the idea of him burning them as just Sonic the Hedgehogging around them until they all catch on fire.
Yep, just in time for his concentration to end.
It's fucking great. All right. Oh, yes. Blade brings up a very good point in chat. The meat from one of them would probably feed you for the rest of your life.
Yep.
Probably would.
That's true.
Yes.
Alright, time to climb up to the high point and to take a break.
All right. Are you guys just gonna take a short rest here, I guess?
Yeah.
Have a look
Good
around
idea.
first.
Yep. You see on this sort of like dais almost that is in this clearing in the forest, there are a few sort of small berry bushes around the place.
Oh, have we been here for an hour?
We will stay here for an hour.
It hasn't really been an hour. It's probably been like maybe 45 minutes, almost an hour, I guess. But it's pretty close. Yeah. If you're about to short rest, then you'll be in this area for at least an hour longer. So yeah.
Oh, while we're doing that hour, once it hits that hour, I would like to forage.
Go for it.
Yep. Sure.
Roll me a foraging check. Can't remember what it is. Nature. Survival, probably.
Because when I forage, you
No,
find
wait,
twice
no,
as
yeah,
much
you're,
food as you normally would.
Yeah. Let's see how many berries you pick.
Hang on, are you Outlander?
Huh? No. I've got Natural
it's-
Explorer.
Yeah. There's another one that lets you, like, auto-forage.
Yeah, that's
Oh.
Outlander.
Yeah, no, I don't have that.
Yep. Roll me your survival check and we'll see how many berries you pick. This isn't going to be like it doesn't matter how low you roll kind of thing. It's more like, if you roll really shit, you'll get like 1 or 2. If you roll
Wait,
like
so is it survival?
beastly, you'll get a bunch. Yes, please.
I forgot to ask, are the berries edible? Are they safe?
Yes, they seem edible to eat. That's
Okay, good.
not a concern for you. However, you do only find that you get a suspicion that the bears were kind of eating these berries and berry bushes around this area, which is probably what drew them here, essentially in the first place. They ate a shitload of them because they're bears and they need a ton of food each day to survive. So, as you look around the area, you find probably just enough for 1 handful for each of you of these berries, and they have a very sweet, sweet scent to them.
Ooh.
And as you eat eat one of these berries, or rather, a handful of these berries, you regain 5 hit points each.
No. Neat.
Alright, during that rest, I'm using this bullshit so I can get my 3 points back.
Go for it, dude.
Because half my level rounded up.
Yeah, man.
Is there a way that, so
That's right.
you say I can hit dice on short rest?
Yes, you can use the hit dice. Yep.
And there's
Go
also
ahead.
something I forgot to explain about
roll.
Ezrealin, I think.
Mhm.
Because I'm just reading it now.
Yep.
Perpetually, she has what looks like almost see-through, spirit-like, kind of green iridescent fluttering birds constantly around her.
Oh, that's really cool. All right. That could have been very thematic for when you used your arrows.
I
And it could have
forgot.
been like the arrows flew up into the air and they turned into these birds, and the birds like
Whoa.
they did that thing. They did that thing like Harry Potter where Hermione does the thing and she shoots the birds at Ron. You know what I mean?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, it could have been like that. That could have been. That could have been
Yeah, I
like
forgot
that.
about that. My bad.
That's okay. We'll remember it for the next combat, because trust me, there's another one.
There's
Spoiler.
more.
I mean, come on.
Oh, also, I have an extra attack.
Yes, you do.
Does that mean I
When
could
you
have 2
use-
actions every time? Or no?
No, it's when you use your attack action, you can essentially attack twice with a weapon.
Oh,
But if
okay,
you
so
cast
like...
Say
oh.
Frostbite, you can only cast one because
Yeah.
you cast the spell not attacking.
Okay,
Yes.
yes.
The frostbite was still a really good idea.
Thanks.
It was really good to try and provoke disadvantage on the attack, and it worked. But he died before he got to do anything. But yeah, essentially, so you see how Wagga is like attacking with his longsword once and then attacking again. You can do that same thing with like a bow. So you could shoot
Or a
2
short
arrows, or you could short sword twice. Technically, if you had 2 short swords, you could short sword 3 times in the
I
same
do
turn
have
by
2
using
short swords.
bonus. So you could use your bonus action to attack with the short sword in the
Oh.
offhand, attack with your main hand twice. So you can do 3
Okay.
attacks in the one turn.
Although, unless you have a specific fighting style, your offhand attack for your bonus action will be.
Yeah, it doesn't do as much damage, but like it can still hit and do a little bit, you know. But yeah.
Okay.
It can still proc like ensnaring strike and shit.
Yeah, you can still add extra stuff onto it with your
If
bonus.
you miss the 2 main hands and then hit with the weak offhand, it still affects the thing.
Yep. Lots of different options. All right. Okay, so you guys spend an hour resting here, and as you do, you feel the forest sort of. You can hear the groans of the trees of the forest around you, and you feel a sense of the forest sort of closing in around you, almost.
Is it also getting darker?
It's just as dark as it was before. It's not getting any darker, but it still feels like evening, even though it's still relatively midday, right? And you do once again, hear this howl coming from... It's probably only maybe a couple of 100 meters away to the north now. And you hear this, oh!
Can I discern any of what it's saying?
It has probably been longer than the 10 minutes for your speak with animals.
Damn it.
So if you want to cast it again, you can. But that's up to you.
It only lasts 10 minutes.
Yep.
Yes, but
It's been more than an hour
if you
now.
want to roll me a nature check, and then I can give you a little bit of a hint, perhaps. Or I could say that it sounds like a howl in the distance.
Yeah.
All right. Is there anything else you guys want to do while you're sitting around and
I
having
roll
your sort of
hit
short
dice?
rest? Yes. If you want to roll hit dice, go ahead and click the hit dice on your character sheet, and you can roll as many as you have if you want.
I was just when the forest is like groaning and creaking, he's just gonna start.
Yes.
Yelling, Shut up!
Oh! I crit something.
It's okay, I'll keep watch.
Hey, nice. Okay. You crit something. Yay! My own hit dice. I get my own hit dice. I mean, technically that almost counteracted one of the crits you got because it only hit for like 11, so it was like 10, so 1 off. That's pretty close.
Yeah, I'm
So-
like almost there.
I had to change my plan of what I was going to do 4 times in one turn.
Look, you got options, all right.
I do. I still made it work.
Yeah, dude, you fucking slapped. That was great. All right. Okay, are you all finished your short rest? Are you ready to go?
Is there like... We can't do a medicine check to like cauterize the wounds or anything to help or something?
So generally speaking, like when you rest and you heal yourself with your dice and stuff, it does that. So it's not like you wrap yourself in bandages, all that sort of stuff. But if you want to explain how you do that, go ahead. Yeah.
You're probably thinking of there's a feat called Healer where you can use a healing kit to return hit points to someone.
There is that too. Yeah.
But that's...
sorry.
No, you go.
She just produces like a little flame in her hand and holds it to the kind of gaping wound in her side and just singes it to stop the bleeding and then grabs
you
some...
on fire?
Oh yeah.
Holds his hand back about to throw.
You have a missing
Yeah, I got
on your
a
side.
bite taken out of me. She's like, no, it's okay. Grabs some of the plants with some of the properties she recognizes, just kind of mortar and pestles it up, puts it on like a piece of bandage and just wraps up her side and just kind of goes, oh.
So I feel like Desrelin has like this sort of innate connection with nature where she sees some of the berry bushes and she knows that the leaves of these bushes, judging by the way that the berries heals her, that she could probably like mush them up in some way. So she kind of like shoves them inside of her cheek for a little bit and kind of chews on them and then kind of spits them back out in her hand and pushes it onto the wound and then gets another leaf to kind of like wrap around the top of it before she wraps a bandage around her midsection to just hold it into place. And kind of like feels that it's almost like a mentally kind of soothing sort of effect where it sort of stings, but she knows it's doing work.
Yeah, exactly. That's perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, that's 1 psychic damage.
Psychic damage. Okay.
She kind of mutters that a friend of hers had taught her this in travels long ago.
Nice, very nice. Okay, cool. All right, as you guys finish your short rest, where would you like to go?
Did you say it was northward?
Yes, still very much in the northerly direction. You can still hear this howling from the north.
You were saying, Ozu?
Oh no, I was just gonna say, didn't we hear it again just as the rest ended?
Pretty much, yep. It was kind of towards the end of the rest, as you guys were kind of banding yourselves up, you all kind of perked up as you heard this this howling sound.
I can only change my prepared spells on a long rest, huh?
Yes.
Shit. Oh well, onwards and upwards.
It doesn't... Does it sound pained?
Roll me a perception check with disadvantage. Unless
Oh,
someone's helping you.
Never mind, you rolled it before I could say it.
That's
Sorry.
all right. You rolled pretty high anyway. It sounds a little pained. Yes, it does.
Aw.
You hear a slight wince in the
Ah, we can't get our money then.
No, we might be able to fix it
No,
before we
he
take it
said
back.
unharmed. Time to go home.
No, she like just kind of like puts her hand on his head and turns the waddling kobold back around. You know, like in a cartoon. No, there's still we can still perhaps get the money. We can deal with it and make sure it's not wounded when we hand it back.
You can fix it, but not you.
I fixed myself a little. Thank you very much. Besides,
Alright.
I'll buy you a drink back at the tavern.
Yeah.
All right then. That
Onwards and upwards.
exactly.
Well, that worked really well.
They are still Nork, yeah?
Well, I mean, it falls into one of his flaws.
He's addicted to fucking
What?
alcohol.
You
one
that
of
pause.
those.
Fucking?
That. That's a great time to pause.
tried to give myself 2 floors, but it didn't work. One of them is that now that he's returned to the world, he enjoys its delights a little too much.
Oh yeah, I like that floor a lot actually.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, you guys head off to the north, and you are traveling for roughly 15 or 20 minutes before you realize that this howling sounds. You're fairly sure you should have been there by now.
Oh.
The forest is carrying the voice.
Could I attempt to see if this is like an illusion of some sort? We're just getting
Sure, roll me an
manipulated.
Arcana check. Yeah.
An illusion.
What are you
What
hiding?
are you hiding?
On a
So-
short rest, do I get spell points back?
No, on
Okay.
a long rest you will. Yeah. So as you attempt to kind of like listen to the forest noises around you, and you hear them echoing ever so slightly, and you look at the shape of the trees in this area, and you feel like there's almost a tunnel that has been created, as though sounds echoing towards you sound much, much closer than they actually are. You see a bird probably 100, maybe 150 feet in the distance. And when it chirps, it sounds like it's almost right next to you.
He falls
The
back
fuck?
onto his back.
You
This,
okay,
this,
Ozu?
this light sort of whistle, this
That was
What
good.
the? What the hell?
He'll point out the bird and like just how far away it is to desert.
That's not normal.
He's gonna look at the bird and just go, yeah, and try and scare it, even though it's real far away, just to see if it works back that way.
and you see the bird just flutter off into the distance immediately, as though it can hear you.
If I look around and ignore sound, can I find any track marks leading in the right direction? Because it says while tracking creatures, I also learn their exact number, their size, how long ago they passed through that area. So if we know how long ago it
Oh.
passed through the area, we might have an idea of... Yeah, and also just its
Yep.
general direction.
Yep, roll me a survival check with advantage.
Woo!
All right.
Did not need the advantage.
So you see on a few of the branches that are in front of you on this path that you're on now, and this sort of corridor-like tree tunnel that you're in. There aren't as many vines here, and the vines don't seem to be blocking your path. And you notice a few scratches, a few leaves and twigs and branches that have been snapped off to the side that have very faint trails of blood to them.
No.
That's not
They're
good.
leading further north.
Does the blood... How fresh does the blood look? And also,
The blood,
the tree branches, do they look like they're freshly broken or like they've been pushed with a few more steps like through the mud and stuff?
so the branches that have been broken off and that are on the scattered sort of on the path in front of you, they look as though they have been trodden on and kind of pressed into the ground. And you can't really make out a track too well, but it is a somewhat large-ish animal.
Okay.
Probably not as big as the bears, but still, a decent size. And you see that this blood on the branches that have been kind of like scratched against seems fairly recent, within a day.
Ooh.
Within probably half a day even.
Is there a way to tell what kind of creature the blood belongs to?
Sure. With your survival check, you probably realize that this is wolf blood.
Oh, wow.
It has that same sort of like feral smell to it almost.
Did the poster we saw at the start, did it have the companion beast's name on it?
It did not.
think there's only like a sketch.
Did it have
Yeah,
a like
just a-
return to address?
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, it
If you
did.
look at it again, you guys should be able to look
it
at it
did.
again.
The
It's in your
tallest tree.
inventory, yeah.
The tallest tree
Yeah.
in the forest.
Tallest trees in the forest
What?
are where the ranger resides. Yes.
That's so undiscussed.
Yeah, that's so annoying. If we knew its name, I had an idea, but
When you first entered the forest, you could see the tallest trees from the outside, right from the fringe of the forest. You could tell where they were. And Desrelin, being the ranger that they are, would know that from the point you're at now, because you don't really get lost in the forest. This is your favorite terrain. You know where you are at all times. You know how far away you are from the entrance even now. Although you got, waylaid by vines and such, you still know the distance. The time it took was a bit more than you anticipated, unfortunately, but the distance itself you're very well aware of. And you know that the tallest trees when you first entered, they were to the east. And they were sort of almost in the middle of the forest. Whereas you have started traveling to the north, so you're sort of still on that. You're not quite on the western bank of the forest, but you're not quite in the center either. You're sort of to the western side of the center of the forest, so to speak, as you've been traveling north through this area.
how long would we have spent looking at the blood and the tracks and all the plants and stuff?
Not very long. With Desrelin's roll, you guys probably only spent 5-10 minutes at maximum.
I
If
did
it's
the
10
Aragorn
minutes,
thing.
can I- If it's 10 minutes, can I do a ritual cast?
Sure, if you were not going to help and just sit around doing
I mean,
whatever
I didn't
you want to do
really
in the
help
meantime.
anyway. I was
Yeah.
yelling at a bird. Come on, man.
Yes.
Besides,
Alright, detect
Desrelin
magic.
probably looks like she's kind of hyper-focused in her
Okay.
own little world.
Uh-huh. Wago is kind of keeping an eye out, looking around the surrounding area, I imagine.
Just pulls out his little slab of stone that's got carvings all over it. It looks like a child's piece of art, but you've seen him cast a lot of magic, so it's very obviously more than that.
It is.
Okay, as you cast Detect Magic in the immediate area, within 30 feet of you, you detect a sense of enchantment almost all around you, as though the forest itself has some kind of magic that is allowing the forest itself to be aware of creatures' presence in the area.
That's not normal.
What's wrong, Ozu?
He just like points out a cloud of magic and then points to another one and then another one. None of you can see, he's just pointing at random places in the forest around him. It's everywhere. It's everywhere.
What's everywhere?
Always like this though.
Magic.
She she crouches down beside him and like puts her head by his and is trying to like look in his eye line to try see what he's pointing out and seeing, but obviously seeing nothing.
And you hear the creaking of trees and branches that.
Okay, I draw my sword.
He's gonna look at one of the trees, like just wander over to it.
I'm just alert now.
Can you hear me?
Just a slight creaking, and then every now and then you'll hear snapping of a branch far off into the distance, and the wind kind of rustling the leaves at the canopy of the tree, and the sweet smell from the honeyberry bushes behind you kind of fills your nose.
Did it seem like a deliberate change, or was it just like this
No, it's just kind of like a natural sort of flow and ebb to the way the forest kind of moves and feels. You feel like your question wasn't necessarily answered with any sort of direct action.
We go. We go.
Shall we press forward? Maybe with arms not brandished. So
And as you move forward, I assume,
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I forgot to push
for the next for the next 10 minutes or so, as you're maintaining concentration on this detect magic spell, and as you're all sort of keeping an eye out, Waga, you're leading the charge in a sense, right? You're at the front, right?
Yep.
And I'm assuming Deslan is helping you as you're at the front. So why don't Waga, can you go ahead and roll me a perception check with advantage, please?
Oh boy, here we go. Oh, it's not bad.
That's persuasion.
Wait, no, I'm fucking
all right.
blind.
It's unfortunately not the same statistic. So, my
Oh.
lord.
Fire.
Okay, so you don't notice as a swarm
Oh.
of insects and snakes surround all of you, and they are drawn to your scent, and they will just kind of like mass around you. So I'm going to do a new thing that I learnt recently from the DC 20 rulebook, and we are going to do it's sort of a skill-based combat. Okay? So how this works is, you guys have to get a certain amount of successes for you to beat the combat. And you can tell me how you want to interact with these insects and snakes and other venomous creatures that are kind of swarming you and surrounding you. You can choose any skill you want. You can roll an attack roll. You can do whatever you want. And if you succeed, my secretive DC, then the more successes you get, the quicker the combat will end. And if you don't succeed on your check, you'll take a little bit of damage. And so it's very sort of, it's sort of like a very cinematic sort of way of doing a quick, interesting combat that doesn't necessarily rely on us rolling initiative and doing attack rolls and doing all that sort of stuff. So, we're going to start with Wagga. You are swarmed with these little insects. They're biting you all over your face. And what would you like to do? How do you want to try and fend them off?
Fuck. Not much thing that I can do actually.
I mean, you can just like kind of slap your sword around
Yeah.
the air and go crazy. I mean, it's up to you.
I'll just swing around in front of me.
Alright, go for it. Roll me an
I'm
attack
trying to
roll.
avoid, trying to avoid my friends
Go for it.
behind.
Go for it. Okay, yeah, you carve through them. Roll me a damage roll. Okay, so there's probably 50 to 100 of these little insects around you, and as you swing your sword through the air, you hear these little like ting 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 noises as though you're slapping through a bunch of these little beetles, and you carve through, and you manage to slap about 13 or so of them out of the air with your side of your blade, and you look at your blade and it's covered in insects. And it's gross, and as you kind of like flick it off to the side, it is Ozu. What are you doing?
Would you say this counts as being within 5 feet of the enemy?
Oh yeah, they're all over you, dude. Yeah.
Okay, so seeing all the bugs flying around, Ozu's going to rub his hands together really quick, and he's going to pull his fingers apart. So the palms are apart, but the fingertips are just barely touching, and as they separate, a little cage of static electricity builds up, and he's going to try and draw the bugs in and just zap them with it.
You bug zapper! I fucking love it! Amazing, yes. Alright, roll me your damage. Okay, so you zap these bugs, and as you do, a bunch of them kind of like coalesce in the area. They're all drawn towards this static electricity like charge, and they all kind of like, you see them all fizzle and fry in air, and they just drop to the ground in front of you, eliminating a whole bunch more of these bugs. Desril, what would you like to do? You see these insects swarming your friends, just encasing their heads almost entirely until Ozu lets out this little static electricity charge that seems to fry a bunch of them, and they fall to the ground, and then
He's
more
like
of them just
cackling maniacally.
The problem is my one AoE would also hurt them.
You don't have to necessarily use an attack. You can use some kind of some other kind of skill, or like something outside of the box that you can think of.
Do like move, like almost create like a little bit of a glow in my hand from just like the spectral things around me, and kind of get the birds to all hum a tune, almost trying to entrance the snakes to distract them, like almost like a snake charmer.
Yes, that sounds awesome. All right, roll me a persuasion roll with advantage as you use your magic to kind of like try and charm these snakes.
Oh, I'm gonna do
Awesome.
with
All right.
advantage.
So So your birds kind of like start this little this kind of like cheeky little tune that almost has like a beat to it, and the snakes kind of like slither. A few of them slither off to the side, and they start to like follow the birds into the underbrush and kind of like lead away from the rest of your companions.
I do have one question. Do the animals and bugs look normal, or do they look like they've been tampered with?
They look pretty normal. They look pretty normal from this perspective. You'd have to really like inspect almost their you know their corpses, I suppose, to be able to tell them whether or not they have any kind of infestation on them.
I could
they are
maybe
very small.
know that the way they're behaving is very, very odd.
From a ranger perspective, yes, it seems odd that snakes and bugs and all these other things kind of coalesced in one point at one time. It does seem a little odd, yes.
Okay, that will do.
All right, Wagga, what would you like to do? As these bugs are still buzzing around your head and biting towards you. Wagga?
I can't believe Waga's dead.
So selfish.
Taken so
No.
young.
That's a pun on his name, because his name means selfish, by the way, guys.
Oh, does it? I did not know that.
Yeah, Wagamama means selfish in Japanese.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hang on. What did I miss again?
So these bugs are they're still swarming.
They're still here.
They're still around you. They're still buzzing around your head. What would you like
The
to do?
snakes
I'm
are
just gonna-
distracted though.
The snakes have been kind of led off to the side. Yes.
Gonna swat, like swatting insects.
Swat flies.
Fucking
Okay, so you
unlucky.
swing your sword around and you kind of try and bat a bunch of them out of the air, and you don't catch as many as you intend, and a couple of them bite you on the face, and you take 6 points of
Oh my god!
Oh,
poison damage as these
6.
things bite towards you. Yes.
I can't even. Yeah, fuck
I'm
that.
terrified.
Okay.
All right, Ozu, what are you doing?
God, is it still just bugs left?
It's just bugs, man. They're just swarming you guys. They are sort of like semi-attracted to your hands right now.
I don't know if I want to do the same thing again or if we can do something else. You know, I'm gonna do something else just for the sake of it. Can I do like a medicine check to try and like get a bunch of mud and other kind of like just gunk and coat myself with it to try and
Like
there's
ward
nothing
them
to-
off? Yeah,
they,
like make like a
can't bite-
makeshift bug
yeah,
spray.
they don't want to bite mud, they want to bite people.
Got you. Yeah, go for it, dude. Go for it. Roll me a medicine check. All right. Okay, so you kind of slather yourself in mud, and as you do, you see a couple of the bugs get stuck in the mud, and they kind of like bite you through the muddy grotesqueness that you're slathering yourself with, and you feel yourself get kind of bitten and pierced at, and you take only 3 points of poison damage. I got a BRB real quick. So, Desrolin, tell the chat what you're gonna do, and then I'll figure it out once you get back. All right.
I have one idea, but I don't know. I kind of also don't want to use all my spell slots.
Yeah, that's why I'm doing dumb shit.
Because the idea I had was putting fairy fire down like a light, because the bugs are drawn to light.
Just burn them.
I do have produce flame.
Yeah, just
That's
swat them
pretty
with
good.
your hands.
Can I just make it like a flamethrower and just be like...
I mean, that's more like burning hands.
What about... Oh wait, so produce flame... So it's only in my hand.
You can throw it.
Oh, okay, so I throw it. Oh, okay, yeah, that's good.
So for the duration, you have the little thing in your hand, and then you can use an action to, or you can use either the same action you used to cast it, or like later on you can use an action to throw it.
Oh. Thank you.
That's the spell that Ember keeps using,
Yes.
because it's really fucking good.
I like that my 2 damage cantrips are polar opposites, frostbite and produce flame.
I might take this quick BRB to feed cats because it's almost time.
Yeah, all good. Podcast? All good, yeah, podcast. I keep forgetting to press push to talk because I'm in a
Oh, it's Yordle's time to podcast.
Ah, I don't know what I'm talking about.
I mean, whatever. Like, for what's your plan for next week with stream, etc.
Well,
Like the
next
schedule.
week. Yep, next week's schedule is Monday. We're going through the first Silent Hill, where we've gone 2 sessions in. I have no idea how long it is, considering I think someone Googled it once and it ranged between 7 hours and 15. So who knows?
That's a long. What the fuck? 7 to 15. That's
Yeah, I know.
What?
I think it's because
Okay,
there's
never mind.
multiple endings, and if you like explore everywhere and stuff, or if you just kind of sprint the main story. Midwich was amazing. That is so
Right.
accurate to Dead by Daylight. It's amazing.
welcome back, Haros FK. So with podcast,
Yeah,
Oh, okay, podcasted. Yeah.
And I'm
okay. Sorry, I
I'm-
really had to pee.
you're all
it's all
good.
good.
I'm mentioning stream schedule. We've been
Oh,
to the
nice, cool.
hospital as well and meet Lisa Garland, which was really cool.
Lisa, my darling.
Yeah. We're trying to get
She's
back to
cute,
her
even
again
in
now.
that game.
Yeah, she was. We're trying to get back to the hospital to see her again now, but we've also found an underground room where a cult has been, so that's interesting. On
So I'm gonna assume 3 snacks after the one.
no, we were going.
Aw. No, we don't have to.
Yordle, I don't mean to derail your entire screen. I said scream schedule for a second, but that's actually pretty appropriate. But I meant stream schedule. But I just thought of an awesome idea that we should do, and I'm just gonna say it because I really want to do it, and I'm not gonna just keep this secret. But we should totally 100% play board games on stream.
I want to. I have so many board games and I never get to use them.
Yeah, we do first come first served. Whoever's in the chat first, you guys get to play with us. We
I
fucking
have
just
so
do that
many
shit.
board games. We'll have
That'd
to
be
set up
really
like a
hilarious,
session.
actually.
We'll have to set up a session
That
0
sounds
and discuss the board
Like
games.
like a logistical freaking nightmare, but
Oh,
like
yeah.
it would be pretty fun.
Um,
yeah, it would be pretty fun.
Oh,
Or
Yo, look, Ian's on. Mr. Benson, he's
Lame.
in on it. Look, yes,
you guys can get tabletop simulator.
I have it. Actually.
I do have it.
I
also.
have it as well.
Oh, what? Since when? Okay.
We've all got it because we used
Yeah,
to
we've
play
all got it.
I've
Monopoly
never
all the time.
Monopoly.
Okay.
My lord.
I
Drop
We used to play like
Monopoly.
6 games of Monopoly and never finish a single
Yeah,
one of them.
because everyone keeps fighting.
Amazing, yo. Welcome to fucking Monopoly, dude.
Actually tempted to
Yeah, play with
what
community,
Obelisk
dude.
just said.
Like-
I'm tempted to when surprise. I'm gonna eventually start my streaming shit up again.
Hell
I might
yeah.
do
Yeah, dude.
Hell yeah.
community. I might do community one shots where we get like 1 or 2
Hell
members
yeah, dude.
of
Definitely
the original
nice.
group and 1 or 2
Nice.
members of the community.
Nice.
Yeah, like kind of mentoring people that we don't know are necessarily, new or old to the game. Yeah.
Yes.
Also,
There
so
will be obviously strict.
sorry.
If you say certain things, you immediately get kicked. So don't fuck around.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
That's-
that's like
fair.
a screening process that we have to do before you start streaming, right? But yeah.
Yes.
I was going to say on the schedule front, we're then on Wednesday doing Resident Evil 6. We've started that, and oh my gosh,
Hell yeah.
the action is stupid. Like
Leon!
the amount of death-defying stunts Leon has done. Also, in the first play session, he has crashed a car, a plane, a helicopter, and a train.
He's a terrible driver.
Submarine snacks.
I just love that Leon booty stomps people to death. It's great. I fucking
Yeah,
love
that's
that
his
part.
thing.
The
He just
takedowns!
wrestles them.
No, but no, like when they're on the ground, he also stomps on their butt sometimes. But the takedowns
Yeah, I
this
know.
Yeah,
time, you steal their axes, you decapitate them with their own weapons. If you're next to a wall, he slams their head into the wall and bursts it. He does
Amazing.
the RKO, and kills people.
Yes, the RKO was so sick. I saw that. Yeah, it was great.
It was so good. And then obviously after
RKO.
Wednesday, Saturday, we're back here with the pirates, hopefully. And we will
Uh-huh,
be continuing onwards in Sorn and on that adventure. I'm going to leave you guys to podcast for just 2 seconds because I hear someone causing an issue. I'm going to check
No
it out.
worries, no worries. I actually want to say we
Yeah.
should probably take a break right now.
Are you sure?
If you guys want to actually take a break and go and feed animals and stuff like that
I
as well,
just
Yordle.
did that, man.
I know, but if you want to grab food or
I
something
will
too,
say
it's
it's
probably a
too
good chance to do
early
it.
schedule-wise for me, for my animals.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Then we can just kind of podcast and just
I'm
chill
only
and
going to
chat
be
for a
like 2
bit before
seconds.
we
It's
get
just
back.
I need to sort
Yep.
a cat because it's in
I've
Yeah,
gone
no
to
worries,
2
no worries.
seconds and you're
But
still
it's been
here.
it's like just because it's been, technically it's like 2 hours of a 4-hour-ish session, so like halfway point is a good place to break. But if you guys are all keen to keep going, I don't mind either. I've been to the toilet, so I'm ready to go.
That's fair.
He brought his
So, yeah.
toilet with him.
It's
You're
like
right.
2 like if we've got 2 hours to go, then I'll be feeding the animals
Ish.
afterwards because they're
Yeah,
due
okay,
in
cool.
2 hours. So
Yeah, no worries then. We're sweet for time then,
yeah.
yeah.
So
We'll
I'll
just-
be
we'll just keep going, so
a
everybody
minute
goes.
while I
Due in
just
2
deal with the
hours.
cat. I'll be.
What did you say?
I'm due in 2 hours.
What are you due to do in 2 hours? You having birth? Birth into a baby? Nice, nice. Okay, so podcast time. Real talk. The next campaign that I'm doing is Witchlight. So, I really want. Have you guys like solidified what characters you're thinking for Witchlight?
Yeah, yeah. Actually,
Yeah.
no.
We've got a great character for
Actually,
which
no.
one.
Okay.
I know I've said I'm gonna play
You were thinking Blade Singer, right?
Blade Stinger, but
Yeah.
I think I might change. It's like
Okay.
a 10% that I might
I
swap.
have a question for you, Vince.
Uh huh.
How, I mean, apart from the character I'm playing, which is very much homebrew,
Yeah.
how open are you to other homebrew classes? Because I might have a really good suggestion for Arc.
I'm pretty okay. Like it's not a huge deal because like combat isn't a huge part of the Witchlight thing. I would much rather you guys focused on like flavor, like interesting, cool abilities, like fun stuff.
Yeah, but
than,
cool
than
abilities
worry
are
too much
combat.
about balance. Like don't worry about balance too much.
Yeah,
Because
I got a
I
really
can
cool
always
innocent Arc then.
yeah, because I can
Okay,
always
send it to me.
rebalance encounters to just be silly and fun and ridiculous, like no matter what. So it doesn't really matter too much.
And for reference, it's another one of Kibble's things, so it's usually
Ah,
pretty-
okay. Yeah, all right. So it's pretty, it's fairly decently balanced already. So that's a fine. Yeah.
It's also something I want to play in a long-term story, but
Got you. Yeah, yeah. I mean, Witchlight is sort of long term in a sense. Like it lasts a while, and it's got a good amount of like story and stuff in it. But level wise, it's not super long. It's kind of average. It's like 1 to 9ish. So
how much do you know about League of Legends?
like fucking nothing, man. I avoided that game like the plague just because of how toxic I heard it was.
Well, there's this character named Aurelia.
I think I've heard of that one. Yeah.
She got the little floaty swords that fly around her.
Uh huh.
That's basically what this class is.
All right. Sounds kind of dope.
Is it the one that you sent me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So like
So,
freaking
Sounds cool.
sounds like what do you
Is
call
it
this?
is it melee or is it range or
It
like
can
what is
be
it?
both, kind of.
Okay,
It's-
okay.
I think it's primarily designed to be melee because
Okay.
it's obviously
Hello.
using them, but basically, cool.
Hello.
Fine,
back.
podcast over.
What goes over?
Bye.
I'm never privy to what your podcasts are about.
I told you.
Yeah, because you're the one that leaves. We were talking about Witchlight and what people's characters might be.
Oh, did you mention mana?
No. We
Ooh.
didn't even mention that. I was just asking the other guys what they'd like if they'd decided on anything. Looks like Hardo's completely like decided some homebrew thing. Ark's changed his mind again, so I don't know.
I got the best thing.
Look,
mean-
if I change my mind, it's yeah.
Did you
This-
forget again, Mitz?
This looks pretty cool.
I was gonna say I'm playing
Did-
Mana, who's a
I
fairy,
forget what.
and she's somewhere between a shepherd druid and a wild phase sorcerer at the moment. So wild magic sorcerer. Sorry, I can't decide between the two.
This looks dope, dude. No, I didn't forget, but I just was like, okay. I mean, either one is fine for me, but the one you chose earlier is so much more stupid and hilarious. But this one is still pretty cool. So like,
Oh yeah, remind me where we left off.
Oh no, that
Okay.
second thing was Arc.
I will. So we, you have just slain all of the bugs, as a
We
few of them.
successfully did that.
Yeah, well, well, actually, that depends on your turn. What are you doing? You were up. You were supposed to be kind of batting off the
Oh.
remaining of these little bug-like creatures. What were you
Well,
planning to do?
the answer to that, I think I did have an answer. One sec.
Okay. I'm pretty sure I knew what I was going to do until you reminded me that it was my turn to do
Desrelin
something.
basically
Oh, nice.
leans down and kind of almost in her palm forms what looks like another bird. It hops into her palm a little bit and it changes from the green to like, well, it stays green, but it just takes on the essence of like a flamey kind of look.
Ooh.
And then in the same
Green
action,
flame.
she's going to just ping it at the insects. Like, send
Does
it at them.
anybody know that? Does anybody know that reference? Green flame.
Green flame.
Oh, I
Green
clicked it again.
flame.
Ignore it, please. Sorry.
Green flame warlock.
It's not. It's not warlock. No, it's something else to do with tabletop role-playing games and D&D specifically.
No.
Maybe chat does. Maybe chat knows green
All I
flame.
can think of is fucking Skaven.
Nah, it's not. It's not that.
No warp fire.
Am I correct in assuming 23 was okay?
Green flame blade? No. Yes, 23 is perfectly fine. Yeah. So, your birds turn into this like fiery green flame, and as they do, a lot of the bugs are just attracted to it instantly. They zoom up towards it, and as they do, your bird kind of like whips itself around and catches them all aflame, and they instantly kind of like kind of crisp and black and hit the dirt. And as they do, the remaining swarm kind of like zips away, and you guys successfully get through this skill challenged based combat, which I think is freaking dope.
I enjoyed it.
And you win. Yeah, you
Can
win. It was really
also
cool.
give a mad shout out to Mitz's voice acting.
Oh, thank you. All right, you guys are you're facing down this sort of like tunnel like a canopy of trees in front of you. There's not really a road, but there is a pretty obvious direction that you should be taking through the forest. Less vines, less constricted, and kind of more open towards you.
Just for mechanics purposes, it is relatively shaded, right? Because it's a big old.
Yes, yeah, it's pretty shaded. Yep. Yeah, very much so. In the sense that, like, it's like evening-ish in a sense. Like, you get the feeling that, like, once again, it's maybe just past midday for you guys, but it feels like it's kind of teetering on nighttime almost.
Yeah, just have to make sure because kobold.
I know. Yes, you are.
Oh!
Sunlight. Yes. But it's not really affecting you too much at this point in time. Like, the canopy above you is fairly fairly thick, and it is blocking a lot of the sunlight that is coming into this area of the
I
forest.
carry something that's 28 pounds.
Easily. 28 pounds. Well, what's your strength score?
Climb on your shoulder.
What's your strength score?
-1.
You could probably carry it, but after about, like, maybe 15, 20 minutes, it might feel pretty heavy.
I was gonna go, you can jump in my pack, little friend, if it gets too bright. And we can just put the lid down.
You're like a baby carrier.
Hell yeah.
Like one of those.
Only if you put the backpack on on the front, so like.
No, it's one of those little backpacks with a window on the front for your cat.
And like tiny little armholes so I can cast my spells through it.
That's fucking great. Alright, you guys move down this sort of corridor of trees. And as you get further down, you probably are traveling for about 10 or 15 minutes, and it's not very impeded. The track here is sort of fairly wide open, and as Waga is at the front, sort of carving through some vines and things. Although you feel almost like the vines are wincing every time you kind of slash through them, they don't sort of grow back thicker as they did towards the portion of the forest that you came through before you hit this clearing. And as you sort of move into the forest here, you hear another howling sound. It's
That didn't sound right or good.
Which part?
Yeah, which one?
The ending part. It either sounded like it was gurgling, or in the sense of gurgling dying, or gurgling possessed.
You sounded fairly well spoken to me.
What did it say then?
I didn't have my ears on. Sorry.
Oh,
got my ears on.
she doesn't have her ears on. Too bad.
I was going to wait till we were closer and actually interacting with it before I turned them on. I love that.
Roll me a survival check. it's really hard to tell right now whether or not the forest is still echoing this howl, or whether whether you are actually getting closer.
And I'm having a moment trying to get the birds to stop being so flame on.
Flame on!
From the gurgling part of the howl,
Uh-huh.
does this sound more like a cursed version of a wolf or a regular version of a wolf?
Roll me a nature check.
Fuck. You sure it's not the Darkana?
I'm pretty sure.
Why can't I roll a nature check?
Ugh!
Hey!
Whoa!
Not bad at all. It sounds natural. It sounds as though this wolf-like creature, for the best you can tell, is suffering.
Right.
What?
Need to speed up then.
Why? What did you just say?
Not sick. Sick. Pain.
Oh,
Choking on fluid.
that's not good, definitely. Can I see like what would logically be the shortest route?
Yeah, totally. You're fairly certain that you're traveling the shortest route right now. You just need to probably hurry up.
Yep.
Yeah, we can probably double time. It's not gonna be that far away.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, you push through the forest. I'm gonna get, I mean, if Desrelin is the one that's leading the way, I'm assuming this the whole time, but that's just me. I'm gonna get you to roll a survival check with advantage, as everyone else is kind of trying to, like, help you move
Yeah, I
through
was
the
gonna
forest.
say, can I like sit on his shoulder and each time I see like a big batch of bushes coming up we have to cut through, I'm just gonna hurl acid at it to weaken it.
That definitely helps. Okay. So as you do, you move through the forest, and you get closer and closer to this sort of like precipice of where you heard this howling sound coming from. Now, as you get closer, the path that you're on, it sort of veers off slightly to the east, and you think that like there's only really one way for this wolf-like creature to have gone, and you see a few of the branches, and they are veering off in the direction that you're assuming. There's a little bit more of a tuft of fur. There's a little bit more blood that has been like spattered along the ground here. There are tracks that lead you towards ever so slightly, just ever so slightly towards the east of the direction that you're traveling. And you see the canopy around you that kind of curves off to the east, as though this sound, this howling, has been like forcefully echoed by the forest itself so that you could find this location. The echoing, now you're realizing, the echoing wasn't there to throw you off the trail. The echoing was there to guide you to the trail. And as you approach this sort of second clearing within the forest that you didn't even know existed, judging by the canopy of the trees, there was no sort of indication that this was even a clearing where you were. And you pop out at this very, very small location, and you see a large branch that has collapsed, perhaps, on the back half of a wolf that appears to be stuck underneath it.
I'm gonna keep watch.
I wish to cast Speak with Animals.
I just throw my
Okay.
sword just to be ready.
I wish to be full paranoid and look around the place.
Okay. Let's have a go with Waga is looking out and around the place. Please roll me a perception check as you look around. Waga.
Wait, hang on. What's the roll?
Perception, please, as you kind of like
Wow.
you're kind of like leading the charge, so to speak. You're at the front for the most of this, and as you kind of approach this area, you see the wolf that has been sort of pinned underneath a broken branch of a tree. The tree itself looks to have been hacked through somehow. You're not quite sure. It doesn't look as like as though it naturally fell over at all. And
Just
I
beware.
I think Ozu and Mana, you guys are looking around too.
Yeah,
Yeah, roll me perception checks.
I'm more looking for anything that might be about to jump us.
Got you.
I'm looking for, like, if there's any leverage points on the branch to be able to free it, and if there's any oddities with the wolf, like if we can't trust it, like the same
Gotcha.
issue.
Yep. And you also can't speak with animals as well, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right, roll me. Oh, okay, you did. All right, perception. Oh my god, you guys are fucking seeing everything. Okay, so as Ozu, you specifically see something moving, and I'm pinging where you can see it. You see something slightly shifting.
Right.
My bad. You see something shifting slightly down in this area, and also over in this area of the forest as your eyes sort of dart back and forth around the clearing around you. Desrelin,
Without taking his eyes off, he's just gonna tilt his head down. I'm assuming he's back on Wargo's shoulders.
yeah,
He's gonna
probably.
lower his head down and kind of nudge Wargo on the side of the helmet with his head and keep his eyes trained on where he saw them. Like, basically being a fucking pointer hound.
Got you. All right, so Waga, you kind of take note as well as these 2 points in the battlefield appear to be suspicious to you. Well, you can't like notice anything with your eyes just yet, but you do see some slight movement in the bushes in these 2 areas.
Basically like coaxed plant movement, not actually a creature. You think?
Yes, you're not quite sure what's there yet, but you are aware of something in that area. Desrelin, you too spot these 2 very sort of out of the ordinary movements with the shrubbery and the tree in that area, and you also see this branch most definitely was knocked over by something on purpose to specifically capture the wolf here to lure extra prey in.
Does it look
The
like it
wolf-
was like what looks like it broke the branch? Was it clean?
It doesn't look clean. It looks like it was hacked through by something. Maybe a
Okay.
claw. Maybe some kind of not any tool that you're aware of, but an animal has kind of like slashed through this to knock it over or pushed it over, perhaps, with sheer strength. The wolf itself is howling out in pain still, and it looks injured, and it is very cautious of its surroundings. It seems very afraid.
May I speak with it?
You can, yeah. How far away are you? You're about 50 feet away, so you might have to be loud for it to be able to hear you.
You want to get
but-
closer?
Yeah, I was wondering. I'm gonna say that Desrelin definitely readies her longbow though, like eyes trained still on those points
Yep.
of movement.
No worries.
I think Ozu's probably gonna scurry down off the shoulder and like find us some nearby brush to hide in.
Okay, roll me a stealth check.
If they're still gonna wander forward, starting shouting and stomping around, he's gonna try and hide.
Yeah, go for it. Roll me a stealth check, dude.
That's not good.
So it's around here. Like the enemy. I mean, the movement.
A little bit further.
Okay.
Yeah, a little bit further.
gonna
Again.
say
I'll just
I
stay
could-
stand here then.
I could go forward myself a bit because if I'm traveling alone, I can move more I can move stealthily at a normal pace, and I could try
I think
sneak
that's
closer
for-
to it.
I think that's for like when you're traveling like for a day.
Oh, okay.
So normally you can go 24 miles in a day, but if you move at a stealthy pace, you can go 18 miles. But if you're traveling alone, you don't have to slow down to be quiet.
Ah, okay.
Okay, but where would you like to move closer? I mean, so that you're not trying to shout at this thing, I suppose. Okay, as you move towards it, it sniffs the air, and you can tell that it senses you there, and it kind of like. Who approaches? Who are you? Who?
She kind of, I don't know, I want to say, like, relaxes so that the vanilla scent and also the kind of twittering of the birds picks up, almost trying to create, like, a peaceful atmosphere, and goes, "Fear not, dear one. We are here to return you to your master that is looking for you. My name is Desrelin. Me and my companions are here to assist in any way we can. Can you tell me what has hurt you?"
Beware, they are in the forest. They are hunting. They are hunting everything.
What?
They are,
Sorry.
they are everywhere.
What's everywhere? Can you describe them?
They are unnatural. They are wolfkin. They are not. They are strange. They are man but beast.
Are they large in number?
I have only seen one. This creature is now heavily panting, and you can see the kind of blood is kind of like there's not quite a pool of it, but it is starting to pool at the base of its abdomen.
Can he help us? Can he help us? Well, I guess kind of yelling out to Desrelin.
Help us how?
Glances over at the two spots where there was movement.
I do not think he's in fighting condition. I think we need to assist him as quickly as possible, but be wary. He has mentioned what I can assume to be more werewolves, although he's only
What's
seen
the
one.
plan? Ozu's gonna reach into his little component pouch. And he's gonna pull out a little... At first glance, it looks like a ring. And he's going to slide it over his thumb. But it's a really decrepit vine that's been, like, woven into a band. And he holds up his hand as the band slightly glows, and within 60 feet of him, oh, no, that's a big circle. Let's go back to Lion. Within 60 feet, I believe it is. It is, okay. It's going to cast Wither and Bloom, so it will get a hit dice, and all non-magical vegetation withers. So the trunk of the tree shrivels up and turns into just dried kindling, basically.
And then it's a lot lighter to lift.
Nice.
It's probably
That's
going to
awesome.
crumble into dust, and he gets to roll a hit dice.
Yeah.
Nice.
All right. So the wolf rolls its non-existent but hit dice, and it will gain some hit points back. Yeah, it will gain some hit points back, and you see that it manages to free itself from underneath this log that it was trapped under, as the branch that was holding and pinning it down appears to wither and crack under its own weight.
There's little tiny sprigs of clovers growing out of his fur as the life energy is transferred from the tree to him.
And he looks around, and he still winces in pain a little. My legs are weak.
We need to assist him. We need to get him out of here as quickly as we can. What's a way we can move him quickly without injuring him further?
You can teleport, right?
Oh yeah. If it's willing creature.
Oh yeah.
The thing I keep forgetting about.
You can't get him too far, but you can get him somewhere.
30 feet, yeah. I would have to go over there to touch him and then teleport him. Is there any sign of further movement and irritation from the 2 points from before?
Roll me a perception check with advantage. Okay, so you don't notice any movement from the areas that you had noticed before.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna try send him your guys' way, if you're ready.
Can I do one thing before you? You said it was in like the air, or was it further back?
Yeah, around that area somewhere. Yep, around that tree area.
If I'm in range of where I saw it, can I try and cast Mage Hand and just grab at a handful of bush and pull it to the side to see if I could get a glimpse of what's behind it?
Yeah, go ahead. Roll me a dexterity check based on your. Actually, no. Roll me an intellect. Roll me an intellect roll. Be your mage hand trying to swipe out and grab where it thought it might have been. Okay, so as you do, you pull a branch to the side. And when you pull a branch to the side, you see a shadowy figure. And as soon as that shadowy figure realizes that it's been noticed, it lets out a and you hear this
Oh,
Oh.
something replied.
I would like everybody to roll initiative, please.
Oh no. Well, I thank you for doing that very greatly.
Oh shit!
Oh, I forgot to click me again, sorry.
Oh.
Sorry.
Let's be honest, if you had walked forward and fiddled with their prey, they probably would have made a move anyway.
Yeah.
Yep, pretty much.
Yeah, but I would have been isolated.
That's true. Yeah, you would have
Oh,
been
I
out
thought
in the open a little bit.
Fantastic!
No, if the trigger was if anybody got close to the wolf, they probably would have sprung out.
Question:
So
are they a beast?
they are not a beast.
Damn it.
Oh,
Do we have silver?
that's
Can I post like I can't think of another word and it's not the correct one, but post humorously say that the tips of my arrows are silver?
No,
I
no, you
think
cannot.
specifically stated earlier that they were stone.
No, I
Yeah,
said
they
they
were
were.
a
No, I said they were a
For
clear,
a clear
see-through.
stone. Yes, they're a clear stone. So that's definitely not silver.
Well, by stone I meant like gem, but that's still not silver. Beside
Yes,
the
but
point.
still not silver. You're just screwing yourself over more and more the more you talk.
I have swords. Can they be silver?
No, they can't.
Dang it. Okay, fine.
Yeah, I'll spend my 5 gold to make a silver weapon.
Yeah.
Wait, you
okay.
can make
you spend the next 30 minutes in combat making a
Yeah.
silver.
Yeah, definitely.
All right.
Great, because I'm coating them with 5 gold coins, not even silver.
Amazing. Golden weapons. All right. Desril, you're up.
Oh, shit.
As soon as this mage hand kind of shifts this branch to the side and the howls reach out, you spring into action. What do you do?
Sorry, I was typing.
That's okay.
Right. Danger.
Danger. High voltage.
So since they're not beasts, I have no no idea in the slightest of what their weaknesses are other than silver. Can I
You
check
might not
anything?
even know
I'll
that.
tell you what. Roll me a
Yes.
nature check. Roll me a nature check.
Yeah.
See how much you know.
Fair. It's not one of my good ones.
You're like, that's a fucking werewolf, bro.
Okay.
I've never seen one of them before in the real.
Damn, that's crazy.
Damn.
Okay. On the one below me,
Yeah, huh?
first and foremost,
Oh, nice. Okay. He is hunter's marked.
dang it.
Okay. So your frostbite, as you reach out with your frosty touch, it slaps against the tree.
Dang it, I panicked.
And the tree kind of like freezes over a little bit before it defrosts almost instantaneously.
Well,
And you see the werewolf like let out this little.
why does it have a death skull on it?
That's Hunter's
That's
mark.
Hunter's mark.
Oh, okay.
Could put
When
an
it's
archery target on it.
when it's dead, I'll put a big red X through it. Don't worry.
Okay. That will be my turn
Right.
because it was magic,
You
so I
don't-
don't get another action.
You don't want to move anywhere?
Despite my better judgment.
Okay.
Hopefully there's no one there.
Roll me an enemy handling check real quick.
Oh, cool.
Say anime handling.
Anime
Yeah, anime.
handling.
You gotta handle them anime TV somehow, dude.
Ah, she.
You're the expert on that.
What? Okay. As you get up closer, the wolf kind of looks a little bit intimidated by you, and it snaps out to you a little bit. It doesn't bite you, but it looks scared of you still. Even though you've talked to it and tried to calm it down.
Can
Still
I,
looks.
like, crouch
though.
a bit? Like, still, like, so my muscles are poised ready to react, but so I'm at a lower height and less threatening?
Yeah, that's no worries. Alright. It is werewolf
Come.
hunter's marky boy turn.
Aw, fuck. Come at me, bro.
It runs right towards Desron. Almost
Oh, fuck.
instantaneously. And it's
Hi.
gonna slash out with its claw towards you.
Can I animal handling this one?
It's
Oh,
not
you
quite
can
an animal.
handle him.
Why do you hate me, Bits?
I don't know. It didn't do much damage though. I got 2 once. So
Yeah, but
it does 4 slashing damages. You feel its claws kind of like slash across your front, and then
Oh.
it is going to try and bite you.
Oh.
Oh,
It's
17.
not gonna
Does that
try,
hit?
it's gonna succeed.
Okay, so it bites you.
Yeah!
For 7 piercing damages, you feel it chomp down into your thigh as you're kind of like you're just ever so slightly crouched down.
You're
I need you to make
terrible.
me a Constitution saving throw, please.
This doesn't bode well.
This is gonna be amazing. Oh my lord! Yes, let's fucking go!
okay.
All right,
Someone
so
cursed.
you feel this like necromantic almost energy pulse through the entirety of your body. And as you're hunched over, you almost feel like just letting your lunch loose. But you hold back for a second. And you feel this sort of like almost bloodlust in the back of your mind start to coalesce. Hasn't quite come to its peak yet, but you are angry for some reason.
Thirsty.
Thirsty for blood. Ozu, what are you doing?
Going to move 5 foot, so I'm here.
Yeah.
He's going to reach into his belt pouch and pull out a small deck of cards.
Oh,
Going to
okay.
quickly shuffle through them, and right as he's about to throw his hands out, he drops the cards back in the pouch, and his empty hands come out. And he yells, "Catch!" And like hundreds of spectral cards come flying out of his hand.
Oh shit, okay.
He's going to cast Spray of Cards.
Hi, yeah. Alright. Dex save. I rolled a 2. I rolled a 1, technically.
It is blinded until the end of its next turn, and it takes 12 force damage.
Oh my lord, 12 force damage. So these cards just kind of smash into its form as it quickly turns its head around towards you, and it gets blinded by cards slicing across its face. And the force damage just slams into it.
And he's going to grab onto Waga's leg and point at the blinded one and say, that one, get that one! And then climb on top of the rock.
Nice. Alright. You're about 5 feet up on this rock.
That works for me.
Keep that in mind. Waga, it is your turn. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna run here, and
He gonna get that one.
I'm gonna get that one.
Nice. Alright, go for it. If I was to say this was
I'm
the
gonna-
combat that you probably wanted to say this was
I'm
the
gonna-
combat that you probably wanted to use your major abilities in,
Yeah.
you could probably assume that that's a good idea.
Yeah, I'm gonna cast Fighting Spirit again.
All right, nice.
That's 5 temp hit points, and I get advantage on both my attacks.
All right, sounds dope.
And
You
I
already
will
had
swing.
advantage on it because it's blind.
Yes, blind.
15?
But still.
Did I hit though?
15 does hit, yes.
Oh shit.
To be fair, you didn't have to use that on this turn.
10 slash.
No, I have one more.
Oh, you get 10 hit points anyway.
And
All right, so you carve through it with your longsword, and then you swing back around as it's kind of shaking its head around, and you slash through it with your longsword.
that's what you deserve. And I roar at both of them. A challenging one. And that's my turn.
You do notice, however, as you're slashing through it, your weapon doesn't seem to do as much damage as it would normally be doing. You're carving through its flesh, but as you are, you feel your blade kind of grinding through as you're plowing it through here.
Fuck.
Perhaps some sort of magical damage is necessary to deal the optimal amount here.
This will be a long one. A long
Alright.
fight.
It is the second werewolf's turn as it runs up to approach and is going to flank Waga. Although its friend right now doesn't appear to be posing any threat as it's blinded.
It still is a threat,
Well, not towards Waga. It doesn't even know he's
but I
there.
want to use my thingy.
It doesn't even know he's there. It's only really a threat right now to Desrelin. So it is going to attempt to slap its claws towards Waga.
Right.
And as it does, Waga just kind of like it kind of clinks off Waga's shoulder pad, and he kind of like turns around like, oh, another one.
I'm smirking.
And then it snaps out quickly towards your face and kind of like just catches your cheek and the bottom of your chin, and it kind of nips and pulls
I'm
a bit
gonna
of
use
skin.
My reaction, and as it snaps forward, it suddenly slows a little bit. Like time around it is kind of just very briefly altered, and it has to re-roll.
Oh, so it's basically like Silvery Barbs, but it's a wizard thing. 17?
That's still a hit.
Okay, so as it slows down, you see Waga try and pull away, but right as he pulls away, just a couple of teeth catch the bottom of his skin and yank back. As it just slightly pierces his skin, and a little blood splatter just sprays across the front of him. You take
that magical?
four piercing damage. It isn't magical, so it's reduced by 3, so it's 1 piercing damage. But you have to make me a Constitution saving throw, please.
Okay, here we go.
Let's go.
One of us. Damn it!
Oh, you feel this slight nip, and this kind of like this necrotic energy kind of like mix with your blood slightly, and this little pulse through you, and you kind of like shake your head, and as you do, the blood kind of like sprays off to the side, and you feel this necromancy kind of not quite take hold on you just yet. Desrelin, it is your turn.
I also just realized I wore my wolf necklace today without realizing we were wolves.
Nice.
I only just noticed it. I've been wearing it the entire stream.
Nice.
Okay, so I am going to first look at the one that bit me. Basically,
A blinded one. Is it blind? It's blind until the end of its turn, right? Or your turn?
That's a good question.
I can't remember.
End of its next turn.
Okay, end of its turn. Alright, sweet.
It's still blind at the moment.
Yes, it is.
I'm going to look at it, kind of angrily whistle to a bird that forms in my hand and kind of gets frosty and iced all over, as I then just kind of, with a full spite, hurl it at its like
Frosty end.
yeah, at its eyes. I'm gonna try just launch it.
Ooh.
I'm just gonna launch it
Alright.
at his face.
It's this bird almost like explodes on this face as he's still reeling back and kind of shaking his head around because he can't see, and the frost kind of like freezes over the front of its over the front of its kind of snout. And roll your damage, please.
It wasn't bad.
Yeah, it wasn't bad at all.
Am I able to shout something out mid-combat, or am I not?
Go for it. It depends on what you want to use it for, but if it's just like some kind of, phrase
I
or...
just kind of want to yell, get them next to each other.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you can do that. This cold damage kind of freezes over the front of its maw, and it kind of like snaps and you can feel it kind of like crunch and crack as it takes this cold damage. And would you like to move, or do you have a bonus action?
I do have a bonus action. I'm going to kind of, while still keeping my eye on the one in front of me, reach a hand back gently for the wolf to touch it and go, "Dear one, if you allow me to touch now, I can give you a safe passage out of the battle to rest until this is over."
Roll me an animal handling check.
Oh!
It trusts you. It seems to trust you very much so.
Yes! So
Let me out.
So I place a hand
Save
just
me.
on the top of his head, and with that,
Yep.
the birds swoop around him and leaves almost wisp him away, and it takes him 30 feet.
Which direction?
That away.
Gotcha. All right. Very cool. Very cool. Did you want to move anywhere?
With that, he's blind,
Yes,
so it wouldn't
he
attack
is
of
blind.
opportunity, right?
He is blind. He won't be able to get an attack of opportunity,
Okay.
Move where you want. I gotta BRB again for a second.
Sup, buddy?
Hide behind the little one?
Yeah. Hey, okay, so she
How?
ends up limping over as you just see blood gushing out of her thigh, and she's looking very pale, and there's like sweat across her brow. She's like, "It's fine, everything's fine." Do you have a very big fireball? Or anything like that, I'm assuming.
I have a plan, but I need them next to each other.
Well, they're almost there. I'm trusting Wagga. Unfortunately, I can only teleport a willing participant.
I mean, yeah. I'm always willing.
I'm not sure if you can get like into a decent position without possibility of danger, though. I suppose that depends on whether you're willing to take a swing or not.
I was going to use my longbow initially in combat until they were werewolves.
That's fair.
I don't have many more damaging spells other than my cantrips. So.
I'm back. The pros and cons of drinking and playing D&D.
What are you drinking?
Alcohol,
Yes. What kind?
chew high, and I had our beer.
What's Chuhai?
It's like, it's kind of like vodka, but it's not quite.
Is it flavored?
No, well, I have. It's not flavored on a base, but I had a lime one, and I had a salty lemon one, and then I have a grapefruit one, and I have a plum flavored one as well.
Oh, plum.
But yes,
What was the first
the
one?
drawbacks are lime.
Oh.
But
I
the
can't have
drawbacks are I have to pee. The pros are I get better at role playing and improvising. So
Silver linings.
yeah, silver linings. Okay, so you successfully teleported the wolf with your cluster of birds into a spray of leaves as it jettisons itself across the battlefield, and you move away from the blinded werewolf. And now it is said werewolf's turn. It sniffs out to the air and is going to make a perception check with advantage. Good thing it has advantage. It realizes you moved away, but it also smells the target close to it. And it's going to snap out its jaws and its claws towards Wugger. Although it has disadvantage because it is blinded, it is still going to attack.
Did it fail its con on my one, or did it succeed?
Oh, it failed.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
already
Oh, so
disadvantaged.
It has
Yeah.
disadvantage already, but it's blinded, so it's still got disadvantage no
So
matter
it's
what.
double disadvantage.
Yeah. Although that doesn't really do anything.
No, I
but
know.
yeah.
It's kind of just like, yeah.
Oh my lord, still rolled 20.
He's Daredevil.
Blindly slashes out towards Wugger. For 9, reduced to 4? No, reduced to 6 slashing damage to you, Wugger.
Uh-oh.
Wugger mama.
Wugger's dead.
Wanna move, but
6 slashing damage as the claws slash into you.
yeah,
then
that's 3 damage.
No, it was already 9, so I
Okay.
reduced it already. Yep. And then as its snout slashes, or rather, kind of like chomps out to the area that it felt its claw connect.
Oh, it's trying to bite again.
Oh!
Sorry.
As it snaps out towards you, you eagerly pull away from it, and you just hear this noise right in front of your face. And that is going to be its turn. Ozu, what would you like to do?
Many things.
Yes, let's have another awesome, like, burn them and shock them at the same time turn, please.
No, I can't do something like that. I have a plan, but I have to wait a little moment. So I'm going to spend 3 spell points.
Oh shit, here it comes.
I'm going to say, fuck that top wolf in particular.
Oh, that's something we didn't mention about the spell points. Is the maximum that you can spend on a spell.
Oh,
So the maximum that you can spend on a spell is the maximum spells that the maximum spell level that you have access to, right? So like, Ozu has access to third level spells, so that's fine. You can spend on 3. But even if you've got like 8 spell points, you can't spend 8 spell points on one spell to
Level 8.
upgrade it. You can only spend the maximum of the spell level that you have access to,
like
which is
3.
still based on your spell slots. So 3, yeah.
I have a
yeah,
question.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
If I put down Fairy Fire, would that also put Wagga at the advantage?
No, you can.
can-
I'm pretty sure you can choose the
Target?
creatures.
Yeah.
No, you can't with Fairy Fire.
Oh, you can't with Fairy Fire? Okay, so it might.
Oh.
If he
So-
sees his deck save, it'd be alright, but yeah.
So, top wolf.
Uh-huh. Whoa! Okay.
Whoa.
Good level magic missile.
Alright.
Oh,
What do your magic missiles look like? What do they manifest as?
Oh, that's a good question.
Casual 18 damage, by the way.
Tiny little, like... He just keeps throwing his hand really fast and, like, little spectral rocks just streak out really quickly.
Just
Like,
pelting
he doesn't
rock-
really know how magic works, so he thinks he has to throw it.
Okay, got you. Just pelting rocks at this thing.
He just-
And they just... As they impact, you just hear this loud, like... Psh, 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 psh. As the werewolf kind of reels back in pain and lets out a...
That's it for that turn, apart from reiterating the get them next to each other.
You don't want to move anywhere?
Maybe 5 feet there.
Okay, cool.
I
Alright.
like my rock.
It's a nice boulder.
I'm still behind you.
this fucker's still blind, yeah?
Alright, well, no, he's not blind anymore.
Oh,
At the
Yeah,
end
so
of, at
you
the end of
being-
his turn, he was not blind anymore.
You being behind me is why I didn't move a lot further.
okay. I'm still gonna hit the formerly blind one.
Okay, got you. That definitely hits.
Perfect.
4.
Can I
7
produce
slashing damage.
flame on his sword?
Unfortunately, no.
Damn it.
But as his sword slashes through, again, you feel it kind of like it carves in, but it doesn't kind of get as deep as you would wish it would. although you're putting pressure on the wound and you're using your very fine samurai-like ability to kind of carve through this flesh, it feels as though it's just not cutting through, as his hide is thick, protected by some kind of magic, perhaps.
I'm still gonna swing. Oh,
And as you do, he kind of bats your sword to the side with his claw.
You know what?
Snarls in your face.
You know what? No, spend them if you got them. I'm using Chronal Shift again. Reroll that shit.
Reroll it. Let's go, Wugga.
oh man!
Ow!
Bomber, dude. That kind of sucks.
Wugga, come on, man.
Yeah, I mean, I used all my good crits earlier.
Action
my turn.
search?
Yeah, that's for the finale. Yeah, that's for finale.
All right. Okay. It is werewolf's turn. Oh yeah. Did you want to move around anywhere?
No, I'm staying here.
All
God
right.
damn it. Why do you hate
Just
me?
blast
Okay.
him.
Now this werewolf most definitely has advantage on you as he is flanking with his werewolf buddy. He's going to slash out his claws towards you, trying to catch you in the back as you're paying more attention to the one in front of him. Oh, does a 14 hit?
No.
No. Okay. So
AC 16.
as he slashes out towards you, you quickly turn around and you kind of like hold your sword up and parry his claw to the side. But as you parry, you forget that he still has quite the chompy chomp, and he lunges towards you with his maw, catching the side of your bicep as he pierces through.
I'm gonna soldier on.
You take 5 piercing damage as he chomps down on your arm. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
Hey!
Oh! You feel this necrotic energy once again pulse through your veins, and you kind of like squeeze your bicep really hard and flex, and kind of like stop the ichor from kind of traveling further up your arm.
The power of flex.
The power of flex, baby. All right, Desrelin, it's your turn. What would you like to do?
Can you get him out?
Well, not without putting myself in there. I'd have to walk and teleport him out and they'd just be standing there.
Not me. Well, that's a cone. Yeah, I guess kind of maybe.
I had one idea,
You
but
do
I
you.
don't. It affected everyone, and I didn't want it to affect. Do they seem very dexterous?
Roll me an intelligence check.
Dang. I'm not intelligent.
That's a
You
save.
don't. Oh.
Oh, I did a save. My bad. See, I'm not
That's
intelligent.
right. You don't know.
It's the
Yeah,
same,
you
yeah.
don't know. You're not sure how dexterous they are.
How dexterous are you, Wugga?
They're definitely strong.
Not too much,
Oh.
but I'm not. Yeah. It's not my worst stat.
I will help you metagame in this sense and let you know that Wugga already has advantage against him because they are flanking him.
Yeah.
So you casting Fairy Fire is only going to give Wugga
No,
advantage
no, that's
against
what I
them.
wasn't gonna do. I was looking at web, but that would affect Wugga.
That would get him as well.
Yeah. Because I was hoping to stick them in an area and then he could get out and then they'd be stuck there and then Oza could go
I see.
out. Yeah.
Got you.
No, the problem is, like, I need them next to each other.
Oh.
Push, shove, drag.
Those aren't things I'm good at.
Yeah, no. You're like 2.5 feet tall bag of rice.
Although, you could go do your teleport thing and then like move over there somewhere. I'd still be in threat. Never mind.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Hmm.
You hear these werewolves snarling and kind of like growling towards Wugger.
I'm not flinching.
No, you're not, but Desrelin feels like it's like a bad place to be.
Oops.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'll just wall of text.
That's
Oh damn.
I
a bonus action.
I
teleport.
touch Waga.
Yep, got you. Okay, cool.
Where would you like to
So
go,
you're
my
walking
friend?
over there. You are.
Oh, never mind. It's instead of you.
You are Spring, if I recall.
Yes, meaning I can teleport Waga if he's willing. 30 feet.
How many times do you get this?
Oh.
So you've only got this once, I
Ow.
think,
Oh,
right? And you already used it on the. You already used it on the wolf.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Yordle, we can't hear you, by the way, so you might have to
Oh,
push it
yeah, sorry.
That's okay. I assumed you were talking, but I didn't hear anything, so I was like, should have just mentioned that.
Dang it. I didn't realize it was once a day. My bad.
He was talking
no,
for
that's
5
okay.
minutes.
That's okay. just making sure we get everything above board.
Well.
You feel like your magic damage is definitely doing more than Waga slashing around with his sword.
Is that a hit,
It's
not
funny.
to fairy fire?
No. It feels as though that while Waga is connecting quite often with his sword, it doesn't seem to be like it's as effective as magic is. Magic seems to be affecting these creatures in a more severe way than simple physical damages.
That's why I'm not using my bow.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I'll do that so that everyone, including our very strong mage friend here,
Got you.
wizard, can blasty blue.
Got you. All right. So you put it like kind of, in an area that's going to hit both of these creatures, but unfortunately there's no way for it to sort of avoid hitting Waga as well.
Yes, but as you said, he's already disadvantaged.
Yes. So if you want, nice. I like that little cross square.
That is very nice.
Yeah. So please roll me a dexterity saving throw, Waga.
Please do well. I'm willing you with all my strength.
They
Shit!
both fail.
We all failed.
Yeah, you all fail. So you all have this kind of. Well, okay. So it says blue, green, or violet. I'm guessing green, like a light greeny sort of color, is sort of like illuminating all three of them right now that are in this area.
All I can imagine now is like a ton of tiny little ethereal birds just hounding at each of the creatures in the area.
Yeah. So there are these little, like very tiny little. At first you think they're insects, but when you kind of focus in on them, they look like these tiny little swallows that are all sort of like darting about the area around their head, around their shoulders, just like lighting them up and illuminating each of their physicality. Would you like to move, or do you have a bonus action that you'd like to do at all?
No, I don't have a bonus action that I can do because my bonus actions are like Hail of Thorns and Ensnaring
Yep,
Strike.
that's fine.
And...
Do you want to move anywhere?
Can I hear them or understand them? Because they're like, if they're saying anything.
They are just sort of snarling and kind of growling right now. They haven't really said any words specifically.
How much onset of this bite am I feeling at this point?
You are. You still feel this like need to attack. This sort of thirst, this sort of bloodlust that is pulsing through, but it doesn't feel as though you are necessarily going to attack the closest thing to you just yet.
Also, welcome in, Raiders.
Yo,
we
what's
have
up?
raiders.
Against Tyler, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, welcome
Hello.
in. How's it going? I hope your stream went well. We are in the
Hello,
middle of
everybody.
a one-shot made by our lovely Mitz here, who is our DM for the evening.
I am saluting, but you can't see me.
And at the moment, we're fighting some werewolves.
Yeah. And Desrelin is just about to decide whether or not they want to move away or move closer. Or stay exactly where they are. I mean, you know.
Oh, my shout-out didn't work. Damn.
Oh, because you didn't put a space in between.
Ow.
Copy paste, put a space. That rhymed.
Hey!
Hey, there you go.
Almost a double. Hey, I can't do shoutouts. That's not fair.
What?
What, you can't?
Shit on dude.
Oh, it's not capitals.
Oh.
Fucking case-sensitive commands.
So basically, I was going to say on that point, Desrelin has a moment, she casts that, and then she almost wavers for a moment. The kind of complexion pales more, the sweat brews across her brow, and her eyes kind of flicker kind of almost like a slight emerald for a second as she looks and glances at the kobold friend next to her. And there's a moment where she stares at him and then shakes her head and kind of takes a moment to right herself, and that's the end of her turn.
I love it. Okay, cool.
Good thing he wasn't looking, because he is very fucking paranoid, and that would have been a problem.
I love it. All right. Okay. So this the werewolf. They are just honed in on Wagga right now. No one has appeared. No, aside from Wagga, no one has really like dealt any damage specifically to them. So they are just focused. I mean, you did to the other one. You didn't do it to this one. All the other darts hit the other one, right? So right now it is not focused on you. This specific werewolf is looking at Wagga, it's looking at the target in front of it, and it smells blood, and it wants to feast.
Feast.
It has advantage, so it did crit you
Yep, it did.
for 13, no,
12,
12 minus
9.
3, so 9 slashing damage. As it hacks its claw into you, and as it does, it kind of like almost grasps your armor and pulls you in. As it pulls your armor by the strap, it kind of chomps into you with its jaw. As you take 1 more piercing damage. as it just barely clips the skin of your cheek.
Oh, one of us.
And you feel this necrotic damage kind of pulse through you. This, and you feel a sort of bloodlust almost like in the back of your neck. The hair stands up, and your eyes feel hot and pulsing. You feel this kind of pulse behind your eyes as almost this pressure is pushing your vision towards the closest thing towards you, which is the werewolf. But
Unluckily for them.
Yeah, unluckily for them, yeah, you feel this bloodlust. And you are inflicted with a lycanthropy curse.
One of us.
We'll deal with that later.
As well as Desrelin.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to pause. Just hit pause button for a second, guys.
Yeah.
Yordle is writing a lot of books. DemonYordle, I'm going to give you a shout out right now. Yordle is writing, no pressure or anything, but DemonYordle is writing a whole lot of, she got a fuckload of lore and a fuckload of stories. All right, guys. Desrelin, one of her characters from her books, not going to say which character it is or why, wouldn't it be cool if they got infected with lycanthropy? I think that would be awesome. Even if it didn't like last and they got rid of it, or that was a whole quest that they had to get rid of it or something like that. That's a fucking awesome idea for a storyline.
That is plausible.
Like, I know. So let's throw that out there. Universe manifest. Bam. Okay, back to the story. It is Ozu's go. What are you doing?
Being very frustrated.
You are annoying as fuck. All right, go.
What?
Go.
Do anything.
Not yet. You did everything. What do you mean? Go.
How injured is my bulky friend that is surrounded by
Bulky
werewolves?
friend looks fucking fine. His armor is just like shrugging off bites and claws left, right, and center.
Actually, just like completely fine.
He looks very healthy. Like, surprisingly, he's been bitten like 3 or 4 times, and he's been slashed at a bunch of times.
He's taken a lot of damage.
His armor is just like protecting the shit out of him.
It is.
Well, I can't do my original plan still, so I'm going to...
Okay, for perspective, if you were to gauge, he has 75% of his hit points
Oh,
left.
maybe I don't use that spell.
Wait, no, Mitch, that's not accurate now. The
It's
one
not
on the
accurate?
token.
Okay, well, I was looking at your token, not at your character sheet, so...
Okay, there you go.
Okay, so he
It's
has...
still plenty.
He has a little bit over 50% of his hit
I
points.
started with
Okay.
not a
Yeah.
full health.
I know.
I'm going to use the 3 points anyway, and I'm going to
Okay, go for
cast another. I'll do a 3rd level Wither and Blue.
Oh, nice. That sounds cool.
So it'll
Amazing.
be in
Yep.
that area. Those two take 7.
Yep, 7. What is the saving throw I have to make for that?
That's a good question.
Is it Dex or Con, or I can't remember.
Also, just welcome in more raiders. Holy crap!
Yo!
Oh, hello!
Holy Julie Robert! Harley GM!
Welcome in,
yeah.
welcome
Hi,
in.
on YouTube and Twitch. Oh my lord, Rob with the big ass raid. Thank you so much, dude. I've been
That is
listening to Robert.
amazing.
I've been
Thank
listening
you.
to Robert rants the last like 3 or 4 days because I think his takes are pretty spot on, to be honest. So shout out. Can somebody please shout out to Robert
You try,
Harley? Let Hato try because he wants to figure it out. Shout out to Robert Harley GM. Go follow him on Twitch and also please follow his YouTube. He's got some really, really good takes. I appreciate it. I appreciate
Good
I
job.
appreciate a lot of his information. As a fellow GM, it is very good to hear some information from a fellow GM that I can agree with. So please go and give him a big old follow. Keyboard smashed. Thanks for the follow, dude.
Huge thank you everyone for coming by with the raid, and awesome just
Massive raid.
yeah, this is amazing. Oh, Lorene,
It's just-
thank you.
Lirane, thank you. A finalist in the crit award. Oh, yo, big finalist in the crit awards. That's dope.
Oh, hell.
Oh wow. That we've just reached follow goal as well. Thank you guys so much. This is amazing.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Pause
We got the
abs.
follow goal.
Dasha Elamova, you guys all are so amazing. Welcome in, and thank you so much for trusting us as a community as well. We are doing a lovely one-shot written and made by our DM of the night here as well, Critical Mitts. So we welcome you in, and we hope you enjoy your time. I'm sorry, I got a little bit flustered there.
Oh wow,
Stay here,
BLBR made
Archie
finals
Fine.
as well.
Commander
That's
Kishi,
sick.
thank you all so much for the follow, and we hope you enjoy your time here, and yes, thank you so much.
Hell yeah.
I also
All right.
hope stream went well as well. Very muchly.
All right. So we just had Ozu with a big wither and bloom.
Con saves for the enemies. to
Con
take.
saves for the 2 werewolves.
Ooh,
And
nice.
because it's a 3rd level, that means Wago gets to roll 2 hit die.
Oh, awesome! That's dope. Okay, so
Oh.
the first one, the one that has been hunter's marked, that so visually has these fluttering green sort of swallows swarming around its head, appears to like kind of brush off this withering manifestation of necromancy. Although it does still take a small amount of damage. The other one, however, is completely unaware of this spell as it sort of like coalesces around its form, and you see this this rather healthy werewolf all of a sudden become gaunt as its sort of life force becomes sucked out of it, and the sort of muscle and sinew around its snout almost like shrinks as though its skull itself is almost present for a second.
What else can I
And
do?
Waga gains 13 hit points back. Holy sheesh, dude. That's crazy.
He also needs a green dot.
Oh yeah. Waga needs a green dot.
He's part of the pack now.
Part of the pack, part of the crew.
Yeah, I got nothing else. That's...
All right, nothing else. That was huge, dude. All right, okay.
Amazing.
Waga, it's your turn. What would you like to do?
I would like to attack with advantage. The one with
Yes.
the mark.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
all
They
mark.
both have. Yep. You got advantage on both of them. They both failed.
21
21, massive. 11 slashing
and
damage.
14.
14 just hits. Yeah.
Nice.
And no, I'm staying here. Fuck it.
You rat bastard.
This one, as you slash out your longsword towards this, kind of carving paths through its fur again. It feels tough to try to slice through.
What I
although
move here?
you do see that this werewolf is heavily bloodied, is bleeding out, and this black, ickish blood is kind of slopping and slapping onto the ground. It just every time you kind of like slash through it. And as you move away, the werewolf behind you takes a slash out towards you with its claws.
I'll take it.
But
That's a miss.
you just kind of like swiftly move out of the way, and it kind of like slaps out in the air and growls in your direction.
I growl back. I
Ooh,
can
what is-
validly growl back.
What does your growl sound like? Come on.
Oh fuck.
Give us your war face.
Ooh.
Ooh.
That was the furthest thing from a growl you could have came up with.
Please, somebody clip that. For the love of God, clip that.
Oh,
It's
yes.
ooh, I love it. Followed up by an unnecessarily me ooh, but you know.
That's going to go in my channel trailer.
Amazing. Okay.
That's perfect.
It is the werewolf's turn, and as it sees you run away, it notices the two other entities on the rock that appear to be free casting at it, and it rushes towards them.
Oh dear.
It lets out a howl as it jumps up the side of the rock and claws out toward Ozu.
Not
Well.
Ozu.
Watch out, little friend.
Oh my god, dude. Oh fucking hate. Okay, as it claws out, you quickly like lean
He's just
back,
screaming.
screaming with the... Okay, what does his scream sound like? And as you scream, it kind of bites towards you, and you just manage to dodge out of the way, and it looks angrily towards you and... Desrolin, it's your turn. What would you like to do?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, in
Can you please roll me a... Actually, no, we'll do it at the end of your turn.
that's
Sorry,
not
do it
ominous in the slightest.
I think I know what's happening. Maybe.
Look, lycanthropy kicks in like kind of slowly. I want to speed this shit up a little bit because it'll make it more interesting. So let's do the end of your turn.
Yeah, that's.
Okay, well, I'm gonna look at the one in front of me and hopefully, wait, actually,
The one in front
he's
of you
already
is Ozu.
he's already disadvantaged because of fairy fire.
He is, yes. He's still affected by fairy fire. Now, wait, does fairy fire last in that area, or does it
Links
just
to the
affect the
people and
creatures?
follows
Okay,
them.
okay, cool. Just want to make sure.
So there's no actual shit left in the area. It's basically
No.
like an explosion of light comes
Yeah,
out,
it
and
kinda
then
like-
they all get suctioned towards people that are in it and stick to them instead.
Yes, so it's glitter bomb, sticks to people, and then it
Yeah.
sticks to them for the duration. It's a minute, or is it concentration?
Concentration a minute, I believe.
Okay, cool. All right.
I will confirm.
Yeah,
Yes, please.
it is. Yeah, concentration a minute.
Just for everybody in chat, this is how you get your players to help you as a DM. Get them to look up spells while you do everything else.
Concentration 1 minute. Each creature is outlined. Each creature in the area is outlined by it. Yeah.
All
And they
right.
glow.
Alright.
Oh, that's
Sweet.
not good.
When
Yeah,
he
but he's
comes up
still
to my
glowing
little
greenish.
friend, I'm gonna panic a little bit. Take a step forward and basically light my hand on fire and slap him across the face.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Go for it.
Cross the face.
Am I?
I would have went for the balls.
Slap in the face. Okay, so you have advantage. So your produced flame just lashes out towards him, and this flame kind of splashes across the front of his face, igniting his face on fire. And you see some of his fur sort of burn off the side of his face, and he lets out a little. And
I'm only
you
positioned
see
here.
it sizzle. Yes, you see it sizzle and smoke.
Now, produce flame is a ranged attack, just so you know.
I know, but I wanted to slap it because it was going to attack my friend.
She did it. She did it from back here and then moved here, and it was like
Yeah, just
midway
thematically
between.
a slap.
Yeah. It was thematically a slap. It was like a slap-ish.
Oh no, I like
slap,
moved up to
like-
here and then I slapped it and now I'm going to move back.
Yeah. Oh, okay. You're gonna move back. All right. As you move back, it
Oh.
slashes out towards you.
God damn it.
Yep.
Oh!
You successfully managed to maneuver out of its claw strike.
Translation,
Kind of position.
panic flail, foot hits moss on stone, fall over, get back up, act like it didn't happen.
Yeah, it's kind of clawing up the stone towards you, and as it does, it kind of gashes across the stone. There's these sort of 5 big gash marks laid into the stone that you could tell that if this thing clawed you, you would definitely feel it.
I already have!
Well, it bit you last time. It was a bit
I also
different,
got
but yeah.
slashed across the chest once.
Oh, that's true. Did. All right. So you have this like PTSD of like slashing across the chest as you move backwards, even though it didn't actually hit you.
Yeah, panic
take-
flail.
0.001 psychic damage. Rounded down to 0. Is there anything else you'd like to do on your turn? Oh, is Hunter's Mark isn't concentration, right? Or is it?
I believe it is.
It is, but
And
I'm
you
not
cast-
using it anyway
okay.
because I'm not using my bow.
Yeah.
So I just swap it.
Yeah, it's
Just,
not.
I just wanted to, I couldn't remember, and I just remembered that now you've got,
Fairy fire,
you
yeah.
cast Fairy Fire, so the Hunter's Mark that was on that one next to Wagyu, Wagyu? You're not fucking beef.
Wagyu.
Someone's
Although
hungry.
that's just, honestly, that's just as good of a name. To be honest.
Wagyu mama.
But Wagga is no longer. Yes, he's no longer Hunter's Mark. All right. It is its turn. The one next to Wagga looks around. It kind of positions itself again to get advantage on him, even though he's kind of glowing slightly.
I'm already glowing.
But it moves around, and it is going to attempt to slash its claw out towards him again. And as it does, it kind of pierces through the side of your armor where your armor catches around your midsection. And the claw digs in and slashes across the front of your stomach. And it deals 6 slashing damage to you.
Yep. I don't give a fuck.
It pulls you in from the midsection.
Oh,
and it
damn.
just chomps right at your neck.
It wasn't me that got credit for once.
Bro, I did 1 damage.
Double ones, dude. What the fuck?
1 damage.
Double ones on damage. This is bullshit.
Welcome
Alright,
to my
okay.
life, Mitz.
So as it chomps into your neck, it only takes a slight nip out of the side of you. But I need you to roll me a Constitution saving throw again.
Oh, I didn't roll my thing you asked me to roll. Either, at the end of my turn.
Oh, you didn't. Okay. So, Desiree, please roll me a dex. Please roll me a Constitution saving throw. And Wagga.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Desiree, your throat kind of like swells up a little, and you feel yourself like needing to clear your throat, almost as though you want to sort of like howl out to get this gunk out of your throat. You feel this like ho ho ho.
So I look like I'm dry heaving to everyone else.
But your head is tilted backwards, and you're kind of facing the sky. And Wagga, you feel the same instinct as you look up into the sky, and you feel this you feel this need for blood, this need for carnage almost. Ozu, it is your turn. What would you like to do?
Are you scared yet, Ozu?
He should be. Ozu?
here. I'm just thinking.
Okay.
There's something I really want to do, but I know it's going to cause another issue.
Fucking do it!
I'm sorry, Waga.
Do it.
Waga will be fine. Oh yes! He's gonna.
What is
Oh,
this?
He's
I
gonna rub
love
his
it.
hands together
I
and
love
build
it.
up that static electricity from before, and then look down at it and go, "Not enough, not enough," and start furiously rubbing his hands together before there's suddenly a pfft, and his hands shoot forward and he casts lightning bolt.
I love it so much.
Oh!
Holy shit, dude! That's so much damage! What the fuck?
Please save! Please dex save!
That's incredible.
No.
Oh!
Waga is not safe. Okay, the one right in front of you manages to jump out of the way ever so slightly as the lightning kind of like clips it as it passes through, and you see its back legs just get zapped, whereas Waga and the werewolf at the end just get fried almost instantly. This one just shocks, and you can see its skeleton ignite from within it as it jolts, and all of the hair on its form just entirely like frizzes out, and it starts smoking as it hits the dirt below it, and there's a slight fizzling sound.
Waga's got a death icon.
Waga also does something very, very similar. The one at the front,
Mitts.
however, what's half of 32? That's 16, right?
Yeah.
Actually, wait. I forgot something.
Oh yes, please roll me a con save, right?
No.
Waga? Is it a con save? I thought it was... What is it?
Hang on.
I think it's a con save, right?
That's incredible!
Oh no, yeah,
Ain't
okay.
no
You just
way.
jumped straight to one.
No!
Okay, I was thinking of, I think it's Stone's Endurance, which is the other one, which is the Goliath
Either a
one, where you have to roll a
D12
con save.
whatever.
Yeah,
No, you don't con
yeah.
save, you just D12 plus
Oh, it's just D12? Okay, so Relentless Endurance. So Waga gets fried for a second, and he almost drops, but as he kind of like slumps down in his form, you see him kind of like flex his muscles. What do we see as Waga kind of like shrugs off this lightning bolt?
Just use my sword to stand up. But I smile again. Let's do this.
His sword kind of pierces the ground as he pulls himself to his feet. And you see a smile come across Waga's face, and he looks towards the one conscious werewolf, and a smile that almost extends past his regular smile, and you see that his front teeth almost elongate slightly as he looks towards the werewolf.
He's mine.
And after this, he's mine, you hear this kind of like almost throaty, like, you're mine.
Ozu, being about
That was
like,
good.
2.5 feet tall, looks gently between his legs and sees that Waga hasn't fallen over, and looks up at the werewolf with a twinkle in his eyes. Like, you're in trouble now. That's his turn.
Waga, what would you like to do?
Oh. First things first. Second win.
Oh, yes, nice, dude. That's your bonus action, right?
Yes, bonus action.
Oh, huge! You rolled a 9 on the
Massive.
D10. Amazing, dude. That's fucking incredible. All right, go. You got 14 hit points back.
And
And
then...
his Samurai Resolve.
Yeah, and I'm gonna... Wait, where is it?
This is the crescendo.
Fighting Spirit.
Here we go.
So I get 5 temp hit points as well.
Yep.
And then...
Wait, did you lose your temp before?
Yeah.
Yes, I did. First
That's
swing.
why he lasted so long from like 8
It's-
attacks, dude.
That's first swing. It's 18's a hit.
18's a hit. 13 slashing damage.
18's a hit.
Okay, so
Still alive?
he was just still alive after your first hit. Your second hit slashes across the back of him as he's faced towards Ozu, and you see his form kind of like hunched down on all fours. His arms are perched on the ground, and he's standing there and he's heaving. And he lets out a huge vomit of blood on the ground. His black ichor just hits the ground and almost sizzles for a second. And he looks around and he just stares back towards Waga and he says, "Now you have the thirst." And he passes out, slams into the ground.
Passes out or dead?
Well, passes out for now.
Okay.
He's bleeding out heavily. He's not quite dead, but if you just leave him, he'll die.
I need to sit down.
I need you to roll me a Constitution saving throw at the end of your turn.
Okay.
Are we still in combat?
You look at Ozu.
Oh.
Ozu looks delicious.
Oh, damn.
Oh no.
I need you to move towards Ozu.
Run, little one.
Why are you looking so delicious, Ozzy?
Desrelin, it's your turn.
Oh no.
You see this bloodthirsty look on Wagu's eyes.
I kind of like reach forward and rest a hand on his shoulder, like, calm now, friend, calm down, breathe. While also kind of looking at him like, cautiously.
And it's funny too, because as you're saying this, Ozu and Waga, you both hear Desrelin's voice saying like, calm down, breathe.
It's good. Would that be like
are you trying to just calm him down in general?
Yeah.
Roll me a persuasion check with advantage. Okay, so you put your arm out and you put it on his shoulder, and as you do, the birds that usually surround you, this kind of bright glowing green, and the ones that are also surrounding Wagama still, that are circling him and encasing him, they kind of like flutter in his face for a second, and they all kind of like dance back and forth as though they're trying to like lure him into sort of an almost trance-like state to try and calm him down. And as they do, you feel yourself calm, Waga, and you feel yourself sort of like look around and recognize these are your friends. These are the ones you've been traveling with. You're here to help them. They aren't food. And you calm yourself down.
I'm just gonna turn around and sit down. Try and compose
Ozu
myself.
very subtly puts the deck of cards back away.
I would like Desrelin to roll a Constitution saving throw
God.
for me, please, as well, at the end of your turn. So, as you're kind of like seeing these birds flutter around yourself and flutter around Waga, your instinct just switches to the wolf that had been injured 30 feet away. And you look at him and you just sniff the air like...
no.
Pray. And you instinctually just move closer to him. You definitely do. Yeah, you definitely notice.
I'm gonna regret this, but can I try and grab the leg and shocking grasp?
Sure. Yep. Sure. Go for it.
And just yell, snap out of it!
That definitely hits. You take 9 lightning damage as this shocking grasp shoots through you and jolts your system, and you realize, like, what am I doing? I'm saving animals. This is who we're here to save. I don't want to hurt this wolf. And kind of stay where you are as you try to move away. And you look around at Ozu for a second, and you kind of snap like.
You see that video? I don't know what the show is. There's a bunch of British people, and he's like, "No fighting, no fucking fighting."
Yes, yeah. Is that an Oppenheimer? Yeah.
He's just looking at both of you, wagging his finger. No fucking fighting.
Is there anything I can do to regenerate any form of health?
So
Rest.
right now you guys are out of combat. You've ended combat and you've successfully sort of subdued this kind of bloodlust within you. And now it's up to you guys. What would you like to do?
I will say
There's
every
these
time the
two corpses of werewolves by you, by the way.
I will
Yeah,
say
can you
every
still talk to the wolf? Is it 10 minutes? I don't think it's.
It hasn't been anywhere close to
It
10.
would
It's
have been about a
been
minute.
about 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been about 2 maximum after this. Yeah.
I'm going to tentatively approach the wolf.
Yeah, maybe
Okay.
talk to the wolf while we get
I'll
our
say-
composure back.
About this far away though, because I don't want to.
Alright. Okay.
So
Got you.
there's a chance. I'm gonna look to Ozu and go. Could I borrow you, my friend, just to make sure nothing gets out of hand?
He's like reluctantly standing nearby, but still getting his stuff ready to short rest again.
What did we want me to ask the wolf?
If is it the missing wolf? Like who is the master?
I
That,
pull out a I'm just gonna say I pull out the flyer from my backpack, if that's okay.
Yeah, you've got it on you. You took
Yeah.
it with you, yeah.
Cool. I pull it out and show it to him and go, "Is this you?"
I don't think wolves can read.
No, I'm pointing to the picture.
Yep, definitely a wolf.
It looks at the picture and looks slightly confused. And it looks to you and just says, This is me?
Does your master live amongst the tall trees?
Yes, he is.
Then it is
He's
okay.
one
Good.
with the forest.
Good. We're here to return you to him.
Yes, I miss him. He helps. He takes care of me, and he helps the forest.
Good. We're going to take a momentary rest to tend to some wounds from the attack before, but we'll be moving along shortly. You take the time to maybe rest up and get your energy as well.
I am hungry. I need energy. Do you have food?
I have rations.
Does dried meat and stuff like that count?
Yeah, would certainly count in this situation.
Do I see any, like, nature nearby, like a squirrel I could shoot or something?
Roll me a survival check. You don't see any game, but you see some of those berries that are close by. There's these honeybush berries that are close. There's only maybe a handful of berries on one of the bushes. Not very much more.
I'm just gonna like tear apart 2 packs of rations and just pull out the dried meat parts.
I'm going to pick the berries and portion them out for everyone.
All right. So you get 1 handful. Everybody gets 2 hit points back from the berries, and it can't. The wolf itself kind of laps up the rations, kind of.
While we're doing our short rest, can I once again look for some of those plants to work to heal myself?
Yeah, you can look around the area again for some more honey bushes. Please roll me a survival check with advantage this time. Oh, amazing. So you didn't notice at first, but there's a couple of these bushes that are hidden under some of the trees a bit further north from where you are, and you've managed to pluck 5 more handfuls as these bushes have been. The bushes are almost like hidden under some of the trees. So you have roughly 25 hit points worth of berries to hand out wherever you'd like to.
Who is in need of more health?
Okay, so you two focus those berries between you two because I'm down like 3 hit points.
Yeah,
I'm okay.
Ozu took like nothing because he was sneaky as
Oh,
fuck.
cool. I'm the only one on death's door. Nice.
I don't think standing on a rock throwing magic everywhere is sneaky as fuck. But...
I mean, you know, tactical.
So I'm the only one that was almost dead.
No.
No?
No, Waga was quite hurt.
Oh, I think the friend that got struck by fucking lightning
Well,
was
he
pretty
said
hurt.
he didn't get hurt. I heard you say that.
Waga almost died to lightning bolt.
Look, just because he said it doesn't make the blood dripping down him any less visible.
I'm just laughing here.
Okay, so divvy it up
If you were to
between.
look,
So it's
if you were to
25,
look-
right?
yes, if you
Sorry.
were to look at Wagga, you would see his body is like covered in blood. Not all of it his, but it has all been like burnt.
This is like exactly like when Zora was like, nothing happened, and there's just blood everywhere.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Do we agree with that, Divvy?
Yeah, sure.
Sure.
I just was checking because I'm happy to do it a different way. It's just the way my brain went.
Yep, that sounds perfectly fine to me. I don't think anyone else probably has any objections to it because I don't think Ozu's taken really any damage, to be honest. So.
And it sounded like the wolf was still hurt, so I figured.
Slightly, yeah. His back legs were still kind of a little bit disabilitated, I suppose.
Yep, because then that way he can maybe at least walk beside us. We don't have to like figure out a way to move him or carry him.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, and I still didn't do the medicine that I was going to do, which is just hit dice, right? For short rest.
Hit dice. Yeah, you can just roll hit dice again for short rest if you want it. Oh.
Are we short resting here?
I think
Yeah.
by the sounds of it, yeah, you are.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I that's what I thought I heard, so.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's fine. It's up to you guys. It's not on me. It's
I
on you,
definitely needed
so.
it. I was going to fall over.
Yeah. And I have one hit die left, so I'm gonna save it.
All right. As you guys sit around, you feel yourselves kind of, rejuvenated from taking your rest and eating these berries. They seem to very much alleviate some of the pain that you are feeling. I would like you all to, well, not all of you, only Desrelin and Wagga. Desrelin and Wagga, can you guys please roll me a Constitution saving throw? Oh, he already knew. Desrelin, you feel in the back of your mind this sort of like hunger. You want meat. You're craving meat. You really want steak. You really want something big and meaty. And Wagga,
Get eight.
you look around at the rest of your friends.
Oh no.
And you look at the wolf and you think, I haven't had wolf steak in a long time. And you move ever so slightly closer to the wolf.
Do I notice?
And
I will.
Ozu and
probably-
Desrelin, you both notice
I was
this.
gonna- I was about to ask if I
Wolf
noticed.
down.
I'm gonna grab my component pouch and point my other hand at him and say, don't.
I have a suggestion.
The real question is your friend worth 300 gold?
I was going to say, I have a suggestion. If we have any rope, perhaps we could bind mine in his arms so that if we do lash out, we can't get too far. But if battle strikes, we can easily enough cut them with a dagger or a sword.
How do you feel about that, Wagga? Do you want to be chained to somebody?
I want
I gotta-
food.
I got a 0 in intimidation, but I'm gonna try and do it anyway.
Nice, let's go.
Based.
Oh, fucking faith. All right, how do you
nice.
try and intimidate Wagga
Okay,
into standing down?
let's hear it.
I do the similar thing I did before with my rubbing my hands together, and the static starts to build for the shocking grasp. I'm like, one last chance.
I can attest it hurts.
So can he got hit by it last time.
Wagga, can you roll me an insight check, please?
Oh,
You don't think he's serious at all.
Yeah, I'm still moving.
Yeah, there goes my last spell slot.
All right, roll it. Holy Jesus! Roll me a dex save, please.
crap!
Wagga. Oh no!
I'm healthy.
He's
Enough.
knocked down. He didn't
not-
get knocked down. and you see him barrel over you as he gets hit by this lightning bolt. He just keeps moving, and he beelines right towards the side of the wolf. I need you to make me a attack roll with advantage against the wolf, please, Lager.
Can
That
I
definitely
frost-
hits. Roll your damage.
Can I frostbite him?
You slash out, and you deal just enough damage to knock this wolf unconscious. As a big gash slashes across the front of the wolf. You frostbite Lager, and I need you to roll damage because that hits.
I'm second guessing it now. I'm worried.
Go for it. Roll it. So Lager took 27 and 7. Is that enough to knock you unconscious?
27 plus 7. No.
Okay. What do you want?
5.
5.
Just gonna
Ooh, nice.
run up and
Oh,
pounce
thank
on
you,
him and
Robert. Thank you, thank you,
grass
Robert Hull,
again.
GM. Have a good
yeah,
night, dude.
definitely. Have a good night. Thank
Bye,
you again.
friend.
Rest well.
All right.
Gonna
What are you
pounce
doing?
on him and shock and grasp.
Okay, you jump on top of him.
Oh,
Is he wearing metal armor?
Did he con
He is
save?
wearing metal armor.
Did he con
Oh,
save my
yep.
frostbite?
Oh, he did not roll your con save for frostbite. Oh, no, your frostbite hit, but didn't con save. Okay, so he manages to shrug
Damn.
off the extra effects of the shock and of the frostbite. Sorry, but he does still take damage.
So you've got metal armor on?
He has metal
Yep,
armor
yep.
on. Yep,
That's an advantage.
you got advantage.
Chainmail.
Yep, you shock and
Oh.
grasp. For another 7 lightning damage. As you feel this lightning damage surge through you and knock you unconscious. I think you can only use your orcish thing once.
Once per long rest.
So you are unconscious right now.
I'm to stabilize them both.
Now I would like you guys to roll medicine checks. You can roll advantage because you're helping each other, I assume.
Oh,
So you managed to stabilize both the wolf and the Waga at the same time, but they are both unconscious.
can I look around and see any like large leaves and branches that we could maybe put together as like a little pulley so we can like put their unconscious body on it and pull it back through the forest?
You look at the vegetation around you, and there isn't anything large enough for you to lay them across. You would have to.
Because I don't think either of us can lift Waga.
Yeah, I don't think you can lift Waga, but you can lift the wolf pretty easily. Although Ozu might have slight trouble lifting even the wolf. So
We can't leave Waga behind.
No, at this rate, we're going to have to sit here for another hour.
I could. How do we make sure that him and I both don't lose control again?
Do
Roll
I
me.
know this?
roll me a religion check with advantage.
I have no
Okay.
idea.
Ozu, they are cursed. Desrelin, your head is foggy and filled with ideas of meat and food and hunger, and you can't concentrate.
You just see
Oh,
her
you think
eyes
food's gonna help?
You see her eyes glassing over as the slight emerald gleam flicker across them a bit as if she just kind of seems to be staring into space.
Guess what spell I didn't take?
Ozu, you feel
Remove curse.
you feel
I have lesser
feel-
restoration.
you think that lesser restoration might actually help you subside the hunger
Oh!
for at least a little while.
Do we
It
have a
might
guess how long?
it might subdue the effects of this for an hour or two. Which could give you enough time, because you're a ranger, you know where you are in the forest pretty much at all times. It could give you enough time to get to the ranger's outpost,
I was
or get to the edge of the forest.
gonna say I have 4 spell points left. I could double cast it, 2 for me, 2 for Waga. Cast lesser restoration on both of us to stave off the hunger, and then we push through to the ranger's station. Because I've still got arrows and I've still got cantrips.
Okay,
Of
but
those.
we do have to wait an hour for Waga to wake up,
Okay.
which means you're gonna have a bit of trouble. Can I try and like give advantage on the next hour's check by like giving
Yeah.
them, like, rations by
Yep, you totally could, yeah.
Can I
as soon
take
as
a
their eyes
like
start
look?
starting, you're gonna
Sorry, could I take a look around for animals again?
Sure. Roll me another survival check with advantage.
Ah.
Okay, so you notice there's a couple of hair There's a couple of rabbits that are kind of jolting around in the back.
Can I try
How
shooting?
far from us?
Go for it. They're only about 20 or 30 feet away. They're kind of in the
Can I-
brush.
Can I try and help by like mage hand just appearing above one and grabbing it for a second so the arrow can?
Yeah, totally. You grab it by the ears and it's like, ta-da!
Ah!
Your longbow jets out towards it, flies past, and as it does, it kind of like splinters into a tree. It appears as though your hunger is getting the best of you and you're getting a bit antsy. And the mage hand kind of like, it wriggles free of the mage hand very quickly and it darts off into the distance.
Oh.
But
Is there
you
any more around?
do see, as you're looking in that direction, you see where your arrow hit, there's another honey bush right below the tree that you just hit.
You just see her just like scamper off very quickly.
Is there any other rabbits around or anything like that?
Roll me a survival check. You don't see any more rabbits, but you do see where that honey bush is. There's another 2 or 3 honey bushes on the other side of this tree.
I'll yell out. Check behind.
I check the bush.
Get to the chopper!
you check around the back of this tree, over in this-ish direction, and you see that there are 3 honey bushes. They don't have a lot of berries left on them, but there are there's 1 handful left, so you could possibly dish out 5 hit points somewhere.
5 hit points each, or just 1?
5 hit points, however you decide to distribute them.
So we could wake them both up and use the spells on you two, and then we can just hustle, just fucking run.
Oh, I'm gonna give 1 to. I was gonna say 1 to Waka, so he's trying to
Yeah,
throw it.
1 to 1, so you can knock him out real easy. Not a bad idea, to be honest.
Great idea.
He's scary.
Be dangerous, yeah.
Wait, I might be kind. I'll give you 2 and 3 to the wall.
Okay.
I just basically crouch down beside them both, and the wolf I kind of break it and rub it into its gums, and then for Warguy I just squeeze the juice into his mouth so it's a little bit weaker.
Oh, nice. Okay, so you see as you kind of rub it into these gums, you see its tongue start to kind of like lick at where you've rubbed in, and it kind of lets out a licking noise in it, and it kind of wakes up and starts panting and looks around at you all and just says, "Oh." Kind of makes like husky noises.
Oh.
Aw.
I'm sorry, dude.
No, I deserve it.
Alright. Cast the damn spells. Need to get the fuck out of here.
Alright,
That's the damn spell.
I cast Lesser Restoration on both myself and Warga.
Okay, you guys have less restoration, so for the next hour, you are unaffected by your hunger, and you don't feel the need to feed so much. And I'm assuming you guys are beelining it towards
definitely.
the range's tallest trees in the forest.
Definitely.
Alright.
Yeah, let's
Be
force
moving
like
at 4 miles per hour.
Because we need to hurry there. Hopefully, for some reason, he might have a solution to our curse. If he doesn't, we need to return to town as fast as possible.
You are unimpeded by difficult terrain because of the ranger that you have with you that can
Hello.
move through the forest quite easily, and also you have a very good grasp of direction that you're going in. Although I would like you to roll a survival check, please, with advantage. There's rolling. Okay, so you see a few. Excuse me, just hiccuping halfway through there. You see a few swarms of beetles again. And you manage to kind of dodge and duck out of the way of them. This time, they are not a big threat to you. And you manage to avoid another set of snakes as you move through the forest.
Oh,
It appears as though the forest has somewhat opened up to you now that you've cleared it of this necrotic energy that was surrounding it.
Partially.
After the initial rest, I did cast Detect Magic. Do I pick up anything from that?
So you pick up the very slight essence of the what was it?
Enchantment.
Enchantment magic around the forest, and again, it feels as though the forest itself has this slight enchantment that is almost like it's communicating with other parts of the forest as you move through it. And as you get closer and closer, you make your way to what you can appear a large, very
That's a big
large.
man.
A very
Oh!
that's just I just have him zoomed in so you can see him properly. But this is the Ranger's watchtower.
Oh.
Oh.
You see this large sort of tree house that almost like encircles the largest tree in the forest here, and this tree has trees growing out of it, in a sense.
Can
And
I
there is
steal
a
this
very
house?
large. I mean, he's. You're not sure if he's there yet or not, but as you kind of make your way up towards this, you see the wolf sniff out, and he's like, "Master, he's
I was
here."
gonna say, can I like gesture at the wolf, like make the noise, and then like mimic, like I'd hold my head up and howl, and then look at it like wide-eyed.
It looks over you and like, "Ooh."
Yes.
Could we say that, like, because of the howl, it makes both Waka and Tisril join in as an innate
Both.
urge?
I was just about to say you both instinctually howl. I love it.
Okay.
You both
Three
instinctually
of us.
howl.
Three of us. 3, 2, 1.
You all howl out towards this the top of this tree, and as you do, you hear this this bird-like call. This and the wolf looks over towards you and he just and he leads the way as he moves through the branches and through the vines and around the tree trunks as they kind of spiral up this almost like ramp-like structure that moves up the tree and through the branches and into the top as you get to what you can only surmise as sort of like a makeshift hut that's been built into the top of this tree, and you can see at the top of this hut there are some what do you call them? Like not sconces, but they're like torches that have been set up around the place, and they are lit. There is about 3 or 4 of these torches that have been lit at the top of this tree, and you hear this voice yell out like, "Oh no, he's here! He's back! Oh, thank God!" And you see this green hooded figure burst through the door and look out towards you all. And he just says, you found him. Thank you so much."
You're
My
most
idiot's
welcome.
got bit.
Come, please. I'm sure you've had some trouble. The forest has been rather intimidating as of late. And he ushers you into his little cottage.
I bow my head in greeting and thank you as I follow on in.
Or is this like shoulder checking the back of your legs, trying to push you along as you're doing all these fucking
It's called
honorable decent.
Too many
manners.
formalities, yeah.
It's called manners.
What does Waga do as he kind of like sees this entrance?
No, nothing. I just want my hunger gone.
You just walk on in.
Mhm.
I'll give you another like chunk of fucking dried meat from another ration.
Yep, thank you.
You guys make your way in, and the wolf kind of like trots past you, walks in, finds its bed, circles around 3 or 4 times before it lies down. And the ranger like walks over and kind of pats its head pretty intensely, and it looks at its wounds, and he looks down, he looks over towards all of you, and he just says, "Thank you for saving him."
He's gonna reach into his bag and pull out his winter blanket and like go and lay down next to the dog and like curl up into a ball under the blanket with just his head poking out the middle.
Aww.
The ranger just looks at you and just looks like, "Yep, go for it." It seems like you've all had a hard journey. He looks around towards the 2 of you, and his eyes flare for a second. They go from this like dark gray, this very dark gray, to this almost bright yellow as they kind of flare up. And he looks out at you and he just says, "You've been infected."
Unfortunately, it seems.
Can you help?
I cannot help you.
Well,
Do you know anyone who can?
that's a bummer.
The only one I know that can help you now is the spirit of the forest.
Uh-oh.
And where can we find the spirit of the forest?
There is only one way to find the spirit of the forest.
That is?
And as you say that is, we fade to black.
What?
And that is the end of the adventure.
Oh, there's a part 2.
There's a possible part 2.
Yeah, that's
but
a possible
for now,
part 2.
that is the end of the adventure.
Oh,
That is so
Thanks
good.
so much, guys.
That is a great cliffhanger.
Yes, that is where this adventure ends. And if you go onto DM's Guild, search for Critical Myths, you can find this adventure for yourself. The Lost Companion, A Ranger's Plea, and you can see that yes, the end of this adventure does allow you to kind of move this effect of lycanthropy and what's happening in the forest and all those sorts of things. You can expand this into a greater adventure, or you can leave it there as a one-shot and, you know, the spirit of the forest, or maybe the ranger himself has the ability to remove curse from you. There's lots of different ways to deal with this, but that is kind of like one way that I've
The start
decided
of it's
to.
also very open to just.
The start of it is very open, right? So the start of it is you're just traveling from one town to the next town, and you travel through this forest, and you hear the cry, and you see the poster, and so it kind of allows you to kind of implement this one shot into sort of any sort of like scenario that you have where the party is simply traveling from point A to point B. And the really good thing about this, the way that I wrote it at least, is that I give you the ideas for the encounters and the sense of adventure, but I don't explain to you exactly, you know, what to use and where. And so you've got the advantage of, if your party is level 5, like this party was, you can put up three brown bears, and it's a medium encounter. If you want it to be hard, you can put up 4. If you want it to be able to, you know, really struggle with this thing, you can put up even more. And the idea of running into these use survival checks as a way to sort of like gauge how long it takes them to get to certain parts of the forest, and also maybe how many, you know, random encounters they run into along the way. There's lots of different things that you can do with this, and it's a really good idea to just kind of drop in to any part of your campaign where you have players traveling, you know, through a forest, and you kind of scale it how you will. Werewolves for this particular one, there was only 2, but you know, there's also only 3 players. So if you have 5, it's going to scale to 3, 4 werewolves, which makes it even more of a chance that you're going to get bitten by the lycanthropy, and like it just makes it even more hectic. And so I was sort of like fast tracking how lycanthropy works, but lycanthropy only usually affects you on a full moon where you like feel the transition of it. But I kind of like, you know, thought it might be fun to kind of like, you know, expedite that sort of experience in this one shot.
Oh, that's what I was going to ask, was it a full moon while we were there?
It wasn't particularly, but I mean, yes, I guess. So you could kind of like, you know, you could kind of think of all those things as you're planning to where you want to drop this into your campaign, stuff like that. So,
Drop the links in chat.
yes, links in chat. Give me 1 second.
But definitely, like, check out Bits. He does a lot of awesome D&D content on his YouTube and his Twitch. We'll give him a Twitch shout out.
Thank you very much. So there is a link in the chat to the DM's Guild for all of my stuff. You can see the Lost Companion. I've got other one-shots. Goblins Gone Wild, which I've done recently as well. Obsidian Monolith, Graveyard Shifting. There's also some other stuff, Drunken Monk, and some pre-generated character packs for the DMs to chuck those in as well. If anyone avoided getting infected, it could end with you get a reward. And then you make your way out of the forest and essentially make your way to the next town, which would be the start of your next adventure, which is whatever you already had planned for the party in terms of your campaign. So yeah, it could end there. And the other thing is too, like, it's very sort of like up to the DM how you want to deal with essentially the wolf being held hostage, right? Like, so the wolf is used as bait for the werewolves to attack the party, and if the wolf died, how do you deal with that as a DM? How do you, do you bring the body back to the ranger and you say like, look, we tried our best, but we couldn't save him. Do you go on some sort of resurrection mission to help this guy? How attached are you to this wolf? I mentioned it very, very briefly, but is one of your party members worth 300 gold pieces? So like, there's all these sort of moral conundrums that you have to try and justify throughout the adventure. So think of those things as you kind of travel through. But yeah.
Nice. It was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it, and I loved the story. It kind of like had a lot of areas that you could go, oh, what's this? Why is this happening?
Yeah, it's got a lot of like sort of open-ended situations to play through. So I feel like that's always good to have as a dungeon master, is especially if you're using a one-shot as a drop-in sort of thing to your main campaign. You want to be able to have it kind of open-ended, so you can extend it if the players are having a lot of fun with it. But if they're not having, if it doesn't seem like it's kind of like vibing with your group, then you can kind of just end it and cut it off, sort of thing. So yeah.
Yeah.
That first lightning bolt did so much damage.
Dude, I can't believe how much damage. That's just crazy.
Oh yeah, I was trying to get them next to each other so I could cast this. I really wanted to cast this.
Oh, antagonize! That's such a good spell, dude.
Yeah, they were trying to fuck me up though.
They were, dude. They were actually trying to like
They were
get
out
you
to kill
from
me.
both ends at the same time, dude.
I was trying to get you out of the
Getting
flank
spit
situation,
roasted.
but you just fucking refused.
He didn't want to move.
It was
Yeah,
just,
'cause they'll just move towards like, yeah.
They were having too much fun. Yeah.
it
I
was
almost took temporal shunt as well. I should have, but I didn't. But not temporal shunt. There's another one. It's a fucking. Where is it? I gotta find it now.
What were we gonna say, Yordle?
I was just going to say it's been really, really fun tonight, and stream, the support's been amazing. Thank you again to everyone who's
awesome.
been come in and new with all the raids and all the.
Yeah, we had a ton of people.
Yeah, and also, as always, those who have been here for a while now, we always appreciate seeing you as well. It's always a joy seeing everyone, and I just hope everyone had a lot of fun and enjoyed it, because I definitely did. It was a really fun adventure.
Awesome. I'm glad to hear that. It makes me a little bit more confident.
No, you
Yeah,
did a
like
great
it.
job.
Thank you so much.
Vortex Walk was the other one. That would have been good.
Vortex? What? Fuck.
It's basically Misty Step, but for someone, you can choose someone
Yeah.
within 90 feet of you, and if they fail a con save, or they choose to, you can teleport them anywhere else in range.
Right. Okay.
I'm
That's
going to
pretty
find
cool.
us a person
long
to
as-
raid.
Amazing.
I do have to jump out though.
All
That's
right.
all good.
Take it easy, man. We'll catch you later, Hardo. Thank you so much for hanging around,
Thank
dude.
you so much.
If it's okay, I would like to shout out myself a little bit more.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely. And also, Lane Benson, it's, as always, it's a joy to have you here.
Yeah, man. Thank you so much, Lane. Thank you so much for also supporting me on Patreon as a good segue to my Patreon. You guys can check out some 5e stuff that I have available on patreon.com/criticalmits. I've got, every month, I've got like a blog where I give you a little bit of advice for how to be a bit of a better DM. Just my, humble advice. So like, take it as you will, but there's some stuff there that can be useful. Then I also have maps, sometimes created by Yordle herself. So, and then monster stat blocks, which I'm doing an A through Z of monster stat blocks. So that's taking the rest of the year up, and also magic items as well that are available. Just simple little stuff like common magic items that are just fun to implement in your game. Some interesting stuff you might want to chuck in, reward your players with something. As well as I have a YouTube channel where I'm also doing my blogs. I'm sort of reiterating the information within my blog posts into YouTube videos. They're only usually about 10 to 15 minutes long, super easy to watch, and very kind of condensed into like hopefully very actionable advice that you guys can like take on and use very quickly. And I've also released a bunch of horror stories and stuff, D&D horror stories and stuff like that as well. You guys can go and check out and learn how to not play the game.
Definitely sometimes how not to play the game. Holy.
Yeah, I'm not. There's so many that guys out there. I'm fucking scared to ever fucking pug people, honestly.
And for self-promo on my part, We'll be back here
Yes.
again on Monday for Silent Hill, Wednesday for Resident Evil 6, which I am actually really loving. I've heard it's the worst one. Like, there's been negative reviews online. I've been dreading it, and I've been playing it going, this is hella fun. Goofy as hell for half the stuff that Leon survived so far, but
It's very fun to watch, yeah.
it is a lot of fun. And then obviously Saturday is continuation of the Pirates campaign. We'll be session 18 or 19 now. That's coming along really nicely. I'm very excited with that story's going. And also working on some more YouTube content. It's been a little bit of a halt in it because of technical issues with Dead by Daylight, so we're having to reroute a bit and replan some content. But it is going up. But also, I'm just going to say now, we're going to send a raid through to a fellow Kiwi, spread the love forward. Once again, thank you guys so much for hanging out for as long as you have. I hope you have a wonderful evening, afternoon, whatever time it is where you are, and I look forward to catching you again next time. Take care, everybody.
Thank you very much, everybody. Also, I want to say it's very funny watching Yordle play Silent Hill and then Resident Evil 6. The graphics differentiation between those two games is fucking hilarious. It's like, I watch one channel and I'm like, what is going on? This is so balked. And then I watch another one and I'm like, oh, yeah, this looks normal.
Yeah. Oh no, yeah. It's definitely nostalgia playing Silent Hill. The graphics,
It's
the
very,
PlayStation
yeah,
1 graphics
it's
are
very
great.
funny. It's very funny.
Oh, it's
very,
so
very
good.
funny.
My favorite thing about Resident Evil so far as a series is the fact that the controls are not consistent through the entire thing. Every single game has a different set of controls.
Yeah, it's kind of, you got to get used to something new every single time. It's kind
Like a
of
different game every time.
Yeah, basically, exactly. But you'd think, because like consoles have the same buttons every time. Why would it change so much? But the the raid is going forward. Make sure to say hi to everyone and just make sure we're just gonna send like basically a welcoming party and saying hello to everybody. Yeah, because we're all about just having fun.
Yeah.
With
Raid that
Yeah.
shit. I have to BRB because I've really got to pee again. All right, I'll be back
Yeah,
when we raid. I'll see you guys later.
Take care, everyone. Bye.